Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, September the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you. You guys can hear me and you can see my screen. I'm not sure what you mean about the OMQS. It was in yesterday. They had it yesterday, IB. I know it was an uplisting. Anyway, so guys, people asked again yesterday what I do in the post market sometimes. So take a look at APOP here. Now I know I handed out my post market scanner, and if you took a look at it, you can see that APOP had a great move right there, and there was plenty of time right there. This is a 15-minute chart. Took this at 6, I think it was at 6:30, and I sold at 7:36. Now it did keep moving higher. In fact, even afterwards, I think it almost got up to 9 something. Took it again this morning. Got in at just over 909. I was wondering, could it take out 10? It stalled right at 10, so on the way down I sold it at about 966. I also tried a short of FBRX. Looked pretty good. They came out with some phase 2 failure, and this was sitting right around just over $5, or I think it was around 5.15 or so. Where did I get in at? Yeah, 5.16. So I shorted at 5.16, but then all of a sudden it started to move up. So I got out of it very quickly, took about a 15-cent loss on it. Almost shorted it when I got up here up to 6, but I just found it a little too hectic, so I laid off it. So that was it. I'm also really watching this Sava, guys. So Sava came out, of course, the company finally, surprised they took this long, they came out with a defense. Let me just see if I can, I don't know if the entire defense is out here. I just see a headline. So they released a public statement regarding the recent claims made against the company. So I have not read it, but that caused, look at the pop it had. I did not take it. I was actually trying to short it. But I shorted it a couple of times and just made pennies both times. I was really hoping for a big $2 or $3 collapse. Just didn't happen. Now, it says intends to defend themselves, the stakeholders, against false and misleading allegations. Anyway, so Sava's a very, very alive this morning. Other things happening. ENVB. Don't see any news on this one. Let's see if it's still holding. Yeah, it's cutting up at 270 down to 256. I don't see any news on this one. Probably some resistance. Not that far away though. OLB continues its little march up. OLB. And getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. There it is at 541. 520 right now. This is one, I had not seen this one until maybe a week and a half ago, maybe even 2 weeks ago, MMAT. I think I saw it here. I think that's the very first time I ever saw this one. But it's had a nice little run. And the beautiful province of Nova Scotia. Okay. So MMAT, it's got still room. Annie, yeah, no kidding on the Annie, guys. Annie financing, and it's way below the financing price. I think the financing price is $8.50. So at one point this morning, it was down to 6 something. It's starting to recover a little bit here. I think the financing price is $8.50. PD is an earnings play, one of the few earnings plays. PD is an earnings play, gap up, big gap up. Look at this. UMC, again, I don't think I see any news on this one unless it's popping in now. UMC, another gap up. I don't see any news on it, not today anyway. ARDX had been gapping up early. Phase 3 publication. Yeah, but so it's dropped quite a bit. Dropped 20 cents already. It is shortable, but it came from 146, so it's not that attractive. Joby, Joby, Joby. I think this is, no, it's not an earnings play. Sorry, I thought it was an earnings play. It's not an earnings play. Gapping down, again, I don't see any specific reason for it. All I'm doing is just looking at news headlines, guys, and if I don't see any specific reason, but this is gapping down, Joby. My post-market scanner, no, but it's basically, if you just go to the, it's almost the same as what is in our channel. If you just go to after hours, it's virtually the same. Maybe a couple of differences. Just, I might have increased the volume, minimum volume, or something. I think that's all I really did. But so if you go to our after hours channel, click on new, and hopefully you're using the dock channel bar so that you don't have to worry about your layout disappearing. But if you go right here, after hours, it's virtually the same. These are the two that I'm using. Now the only thing I did was, this is a multi-strategy window, and the only thing I really cared about was a new post-market high. Okay, that's all I cared about. So you could use this and just uncheck these, or you can keep them. I mean, it's up to you. But I just wanted a new post-market high, and then this one, most up and down pre-market. Actually, I think I changed it just to the most up. It's easy to do, but these are the two that I'm using. Typically, I start watching it. Well, obviously the market closes at 4. Between 4:10 and 4:30 is when you seem to get the most action. All right, it is 9:12, so let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning, which I don't think there's going to be too many. The Labor Day holiday, so I don't think the analysts are going to be too active, and am I right? Actually, there are a few more downgrades than I thought, but let's get the upgrades in. Interesting. IPHA has actually got an upgrade from SVB Lyric. I have to keep an eye on that one. It's a cheap one. Popped in yesterday. I think it's a pretty low float. So IPHA actually has an upgrade. See if it's moved at all this morning. Yeah, a little bit. Had a big day yesterday, got up to 565, but it sold down to 417. Held the 200-day moving average. Okay, I'll get the downgrades in now. I think Real posted Joan. I see it has a downgrade. Look at all the downgrades for FBRX. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 downgrades for FBRX. All right, let's take a look at Joan. Yeah, so this is close to an all-time low. I mean, it's only 13% above the actual lifetime low. So this looks like it's an an IPO right here. And I'm hearing YEXT now also gapping down. The earnings play, as Rio is pointing out. YEXT. And another one, very close to an all-time low. YEXT. Now, DIDI is sort of active, but I just have my doubts that it's going to go any. Well, now it's not as active. It got up to 940, 950 or so, and now it's drifting back down. Well, they announced a financing, Benjamin. So that's the reason, an 850 financing. All you have to do is, I'm not trying to, if you're ever wondering about, why something is happening to any stock, either up or down. Now, you're not always, sometimes you're just moving because, but, you just have to check the news on any, and down on, they're doing a financing. So that's the reason. Well, actually, that's in even in Trade Ideas news feed right there. SEER 3D down pre-market and raising $192 million. I have it at 850. Yeah, well, I mean, APOP had some, the news looked really good. You take a look at the news they released yesterday, right here, after hours. Still looks interesting. I don't know, I traded this, yesterday after hours. Made a little over $1 on the trade. And then this morning traded it again over 9. Was really wondering if it would take out 10. It didn't. So I was out of the trade again. Now just wait. Just got to wait to see. As it seems to be trying to base over 9. Let's take a look at the sectors. Let's see what's happening early. All right, so right now, the market is basically flat. I mean, the SPY is up just a little bit. Let's see what's happening. Look at energy. 95% of them are up right now. When I say up, they're up from the close of yesterday. What's the worst sector right now? Worst sector right now looks like it is communications. Not that it's horrible, but about a 50-50. Again, this is early. This is what's happening in the pre-market. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. You guys are saying that IMPL is halt. I don't have my halts. Well, I guess I could look at it. Yeah, I don't see it halted. Maybe it's the volume is too low. IMPL. Let's take a look. Oops. IMPL. Who said IMPL was halted? It was halted? Okay. I don't see that it was halted unless the, well, okay, you know what? It might have been halted right here. The volume was under 20,000 perhaps when it was halted. That's why I didn't see it. Of course, the volume is fine now. Yeah, look at the SPY. Holy smokes. Big drop. I don't know what news just hit, but a big drop right here in the SPY. Here's another one that is really moving down now, guys. CLIR. Didn't really see this one. I think the volume was too low, but the volume is starting to pick up. But this is not quite an all-time low. See if there's any specific. Okay, so there is some news on this one. Announces notification of hold of ExxonMobil project. Okay. So that's not good. That's a CLIR. But I thought the job numbers came out here. I thought they came out at 8:30. So this is maybe, I don't know, a delayed reaction. I mean, it was an interesting reaction. You can see that SPY candle at 8:30, little topping tail, bottoming tail. But then after that, you know, looked okay for a couple of candles. Anyway, this is a three-day weekend, of course. Monday is Labor Day and a holiday for everybody, including me. And I don't know how to help you, Blue Scorpion. It's working for me. Yeah, I'm not sure how to help you. Maybe try to reestablish the link. If you've had it before, I mean, there's no issue on my end, so I don't know what could be going on your end. Yeah, it's a variation on it, Chris. You know, it's if you go to my homepage, go to the scan section, my homepage, and it's called "Moving Higher with Unusual Option Activity," something like that. Just go to my homepage. All right, guys, getting set for this open. Boy, APOP's already had a lot of volume. Look at that. There's the float, 3.5 million in the float. It's already traded 12.5 million shares. Of course, on that financing news. I'm sorry, I'm mixing up with any. They both start with the letter A. Anyway, APOP, lots and lots of volume. So, I mean, listen, this could still, I think I had to back this out quite a bit to see what sort of resistance there'd be. I have to go back to 2019 right there. Looks like March of 2019 before we start to see those levels. So over 2 years ago. Is it possible that you've got, it's going to be hard for me to help you there, JJ. Is it possible that you've got the EPS checked, the earnings per share? That little trick that we use to make sure that you don't have symbols like that. But how are you monitoring it? Like, are you monitoring it at a top list or an alert window? When I say checked, I mean adding the filter. So how are you monitoring? I'm not sure how I can help you, JJ. You might have to go to our tech support. I'm not sure how I can help you. I have no idea what we'd be going. I never take a, well, okay, here's what I'm going to do. Let's take a look at UVXY. I will heart it. I don't use, I'll just see if later on I'll see if it usually takes a little bit of time for things to show up. I don't use I don't use the like symbol list at all, so, but let's just take a look. See if it showed up here. Well, it's here. So I don't know, I have no idea what's going on. You can see it right there. I just checked it and it's right there. Again, I have to ask, how are you checking, like how are you watching it? Because again, sometimes if you've put, my goodness, look at all that. If you have put in like the earnings per share, the trick to get rid of, so we don't see things like this, ETFs. Welcome, Elvis. 1 minute. Yes, thank you, William. 1 minute to the open. Let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. And again, typically I will not trade in the first 15 minutes. I'm going to let things settle down a little bit. Of course, eagerly waiting to see what sort of what sort of alerts we get from my option scanner. Yeah, so I'm not sure what to say, JJ. I mean, you can see right in front of your eyes there. I hearted it, and it's right there for me, so I don't know what's going on your end. Unless you've got some filter, like that EPS filter. You're sure you don't have that. You too, Dev. Happy Friday to you. No filter. Yeah, well, then I have no explanation. Look at the SPY. Holy smokes. We're in for a big, interesting open, guys. And we're now open. Now, I forgot to mention FTFT. There's the Sava. Man, I wanted that action in the pre-market. There'll definitely be a battle royale today with the Sava. With the company coming up with trying to defend the allegations. Let's see, it worked for a while. I mean, this popped from 52 all the way up to 64, so it was a $12 pop. All right, guys, APOP is on the way down, so that is was hoping it might hold 9 and start to romp off 9. Doesn't look like it. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, back. Boy, this MMAT is super active, guys. Look at this. Look at the volume that is coming in. It's a big float, quarter of a billion. It's probably why I kind of shied away from it for the last while. That big float, quarter of a billion in the float. But man, it has had a great run the last few days. So the next high looking left is on the daily chart is 625. So it's at 596 right now. And again, I don't see any news on it. I see no news whatsoever on it. And I am hearing VIH. Yes, VIH is flying. Lots of volume coming in. Relatively low float. Okay, this is one of these SPACs, I guess. Yeah, this is a SPAC, guys. So I don't know who they trying to take a look at. VPC impact. Okay, well, we've got an 18% is short. Wow, MMAT just exploded off 6. Just absolutely exploded off 6. Did not take it. Again, it's too early for me to take some of these. You know, I'm going to obviously run the risk. This is just going to keep running and running and running. But there's a, yeah, OLB on the way here. Now, I think, did it go right through the 200-day moving average, OLB? The answer is yes. Wow, yes, great explosion for OLB. Now, you would think maybe coming into some more resistance here. 639 is the high. 609, 639, the next high is looking left. But exploded through the 200-day like nothing. And it's halted. OLB is halted. Now I do see that the VIH appeared on my option scanner at 11:36. Very early, very early. And let's see, now the market is putting in a bit of a green bar now after that big giant red bar just before the market opened. Wow, APOP just completely giving it up. I don't think it was shortable for me. Take a look. I don't think it was shortable for me. No. Not easily, anyway. Nah, Sava's on the way down, guys. Yeah, why didn't you do that? I was looking for about a $3 drop for me. I was just short a couple of times, just under 60 and then 59. Again, here's this. UMC is running up on no news that I can see. UMC. Again, I'm just looking at it. I don't see any specific news on it. Oh, I don't know, April. It's possible. Anything's possible, I guess, but you would think that if it's open now, they're gonna remain open. There's that VIH. Now, OSCR, why do I have you on a price alert? Now, this was more for yesterday, I think. So, all right, Joan, looks like it's just over the VWAP here. 1079, so yeah, so it's popping off the VWAP. It's an earnings play. Yeah, now there's a huge bottoming tail. Not huge, I guess it's about 16-cent bottoming tail for VIH. Let's see if it gets back over to that 1136 mark or close to it. That was where the alert happened. I'm going to stick an alert around 1130 and see if it takes it back later on. Tattooed Chef, TTCF. I know just mentioned by Zach. There's the 200, there's the VWAP, 2471, so just a little bit above the VWAP. Looks like the VWAP held, had a big pop to 2537, and then I got all the way down to 24. I mean, that's just about a dollar drop, just like that. That's why, you know, the first 15 minutes, things are very, very whippy. Okay, OLB. Let's take a look at OLB and where it could open. Wow, it's going to be looks like it's going to be a huge open right now. Prediction is 650, 650. I shouldn't say prediction. I mean, it's stacking up right now at 650, 650 on a 602 halt. This is from Interactive Brokers, okay, guys? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Your broker will have something similar, I would hope. Sava. This is the move I was really hoping for in the pre-market, but it's starting to drift right back down, guys. Sava. Okay, here's another one that just got halted. Now, OLB is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt, but here's another one that just got halted. IRNT. This is, I guess this was an IPO back here on the 2nd. I'm sorry, the 27th. Sorry, the 27th of August. It just got halted. IRNT. Okay, guys, NXE is pretty strong here. NXE, don't think no, this is next gen. Okay, Canadian stock. I do Remember they're out of, yeah, they're out of Vancouver. That's what I thought. So what a run it's had. What a run as an energy play. Look at this run that NXE has had. Look at the volume coming in. It's not a low float, 382 million in the float. It's an all-time high. I mean, this is just literally an all-time high. Pretty low price to be an all-time high, but so I don't know if they had a reorganization or whatever. But anyway, NXE, very strong. And remember when we looked at energy this morning? Not that this seems to have mattered because, you know, energy has been weak for quite a while now. But look at this. I know the hurricane has affected production and all, but you know, most of the time when we're looking at the energy plays in the pre-market, so for so many, and I almost guarantee that back here, energy wasn't looking good. 100% of the stocks were down. Anyway, this has just had a great run, NXE. And as I'm talking about it, I didn't even realize that it showed up on my option scanner. 576. I'd like to see it take out 6. I mean, it's an all-time high, so there's no real rush. Not like there's any chart resistance. It's over the VWAP, 572. Uranium play, okay. Because I'm also seeing I've seen quadruple U. Which is a uranium play also. So NXE and quadruple U, though quadruple U is not, of course, an all-time high, but it's on the move. So uranium plays. Yeah, okay, there you go. Should have just read. So keep an eye on this one. I mean, for a 6 break, I mean, there's no resistance. I'm just going to stick an alert up around 592 for NXE as it gets closer, if it does. Okay, OLB resumed. It was a 10-minute halt. Yeah, again, you know, my bias has been against the SPACs that show up in my in the option scanner. A couple of weeks ago, we had 2 of them that really worked out well, but they were delayed reaction. So again, I'm just going to stick an alert back where we had the alert, which was 11:36, and see if it later on in the day it takes it out again. And let's see, IRNT resumed. Let's see, what did it do? It'll pop to 17, pull back now. Mile just showed up. Mile did just show up on the my option scanner too. So let's take a look left. What do we see? So certainly on the monthly chart, there's a ton of room. Okay, let's back this daily out. and check what the, you see, there are little areas here. I mean, I'm not saying this is going to all sorts of resistance, but there are little areas here. I wish it were cleaner looking, but yeah, I mean, I just wish it were cleaner. I mean, all these little areas, if all this were underneath, it would look awesome, because then you'd be looking left and you'd see this 724 would be the next high looking left, but you've just got all this to get through. Was it on the scanner yesterday too? Okay. All right, guys. So IRNT after the halt popped a little bit, dropped. I mean, these are, I mean, you know, it popped up to what, 17 and fell all the way back down, basically $1.50. Starting to go again though. IRNT is starting to go again. New high. You can't, Pickles. You're trying to overanalyze stuff. Okay, in my opinion, okay? IRNT, guys, soaring now. Wow. Look at this move for IRNT. Well, there are no targets. I mean, well, okay, I shouldn't say that. The all-time, well, it's an IPO back here. So 1841, I mean, it's above, and now it's an all-time high. So, you know, I don't have targets. I'm not in it. I'm also not in it. So, I mean, but I mean, it's an all-time high. So there's no chart resistance. Just checking some of my thumbnail charts. I don't see any tremendous action on my thumbnail charts. All right, guys, mile is moving. Can it get to 5? That's a rhetorical question. Yeah, BTCM was big yesterday. BTCM was one of those ones that was, yeah, Bitcoin yesterday. Had a big day yesterday. Pulled back a little bit. It's above yesterday's high, I believe now. 1409. So Yext is kind of just flirting around that VWAP, YEXT. There's the VWAP, 1203, just kind of hanging in that area. But his question was, how can you tell? You know, I mean, how can you tell? There's no easy way. No, no. Again, you're. I think you're just trying to overanalyze stuff. Okay, just. William, that's funny. Good one. Good one. HUT is another Bitcoin play, guys. HUT, another Bitcoin play. So Bitcoin, let's take a look at Bitcoin. ETF, GBTC, what is it doing? And, well, it's up. All right, just kind of keeping an eye on Mile to see if it gets back up to that, into the 470s. Yeah, okay, so yeah, SPY is really starting to give it up. I mean, we had the big down candle just before the market opened, and we had a little glimmer of hope here, but continuation now. And NXE, guys, NXE is still interesting from the option scanner. APOP looks like it's completely over, guys. It's just really starting to give it up. Yeah, VIH looks dead. Yeah, man, BTCM. I'm not in it, man. What a run! I know this is one I had on my watch list yesterday, and there it is showing up here at 1446. So let's just see if it has. Well, it's got room, obviously. 1784. The next high looking left on the monthly chart. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1593. So in theory, you know, it's got some room on the weekly. Okay, Mile back over 470. Let's see if it can keep that 470 and you know, challenge the 5 level. True. The only thing is, again, you know, I have this, you know, maybe rightly or wrongly so, a bit of a prejudice against the SPACs that show up in my option scanner. Even though 2 of them did really, really well, but, you know, just historically, I haven't liked them at all. But, you know, who knows? Later on, Get some volume, popping it through again. You never know. Mile, guys. Mile is starting to move now. Yeah, it's actually SPAC. Somebody asked what I'm talking about. It's an acronym. And if you look it up, so this is a SPAC, okay? And so it formed for the purpose of effecting a merger, share exchange, asset acquisition, share purchase, etc. It's a way for it's an easier way for companies to go public, okay? So this company is on the lookout for a private company to take public, and these SPACs exploded. The whole notion of SPACs really exploded, I guess, last year. They've been around, for a while, but they really exploded last year or the year before. I can't even remember anymore. There's so many of them now. Space was one of the first ones, SPCE. It turned into space. It was a private. I don't know what it was before, but whatever the acquisition company was looking for, they looked at SPCE, they bought and they merged with them, and the rest is history. But if you look it up, if you just type that acronym in, you will get a much fuller explanation of what the SPACs are all about. And that's for anybody else who is not familiar. Just type in SPAC. Do a Google search on it. Okay, ENVB. Let's see, ENVB. Oh, I left this in overnight, I guess. Obviously, this ASMB. I was showing you guys how you can take a trade, and if you hold it overnight, it turns it. You can practice swing. I'm going to go over this in a little while, but you can practice swing trading using our paper simulator. So ENVB, what are you doing? 249. I think that look at all this. This is pre-market. A lot of resistance here, guys. Like a ton of resistance right around that 260 mark. What did it get up to? Got as high as 270. Don't really like this one. 260. And I put it on the watch list just in case it had like a huge explosion. It's a low float. Boy, this mile, guys, I mean, if it pops through 5, I mean, this could really get running here. Didn't see this one at all in the pre-market. Look at Agile Thought. Oh yeah, I sort of remember this one as an IPO. Back here, or was this a SPAC? You just can't remember anymore, especially when it's around that 10 level. Anyway, had a big day yesterday, got up. Wow, good grief. What a day it had yesterday. I don't think I saw this one at all. Maybe the volume was too light. But look at the day it had yesterday. This is AGIL. This is not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. This EX looks pretty boring. Look at how choppy it is on the 2-minute chart. Choppy meaning look at the topping tails, bottoming tails. It's just kind of chopping right around the VWAP, 1202, right around it. Yeah, it's a terrible spread, 1690, 1737. I don't think I saw this one yesterday at all. I mean, I don't know if anybody saw this one. I mean, the volume, it was not bad volume, but I don't recall seeing this AGIL at all. Popping up to 36, closing at 23. Yeah, tons of, look at the option volume, yeah, for mile. 46,000 contracts a day, which is 1,200, like it's a 12 times normal. That's why, of course, it's showing up on my option scanner. Yeah, we don't have a way. I mean, obviously there would be some website that could show you, but we don't have a way to show option volume yesterday. That wouldn't be a bad. It wouldn't be a bad metric to have. $27,391. Of course, I could do a history. Yes, I could do a history, but 27,000. So what is it now? So it's way above. Way above. Oh, I see. When the last time it alerted. Okay. Well, coming right into, I mean, this is the high in the pre-market for ENVB, 269, so it's getting close to that high. And the monthly is 315. Let's take a look at the weekly. What do we have for the weekly? The weekly, 269 there also, 279 there. So, it's a little bit choppy to get through all this area. I mean, it might, but I'm not in love with it. All right, PD is trying to give up the VWAP here, 49.20. All right, just checking to see anything interesting on our AI, and the answer today is no. We don't have a RAS like yesterday, RAAS. fact, I see the triple U, quadruple U got stopped out. And of course, we have to anticipate a pretty slow day with the 3-day weekend coming up. But I don't think we're going to get too many alerts from my option scanner. As Real pointed out earlier, for us anyway, at Interactive Brokers, no shorts readily available for FTFT. Okay, guys, I will be right back. While I stepped away, I think I heard ENVB maybe making new highs. Yeah, it popped up. I mean, it did pop up. Man, big pop up, pull back. Hey, who knows? Maybe maybe it'll just take all that out and keep running. Don't see any news on it, other than lawyers. No, I'm sorry, not lawyers. No. The last news I see is on the 18th of August. RSI just, yes, RSI just showed up. What is it doing? Is it too late? Shoot, 1585. Wow, got up to 16 something or other. Is this a, okay, so looks like this is an IPO back here this month, December of last year. Yeah, so Mile looks pretty messy now, guys. See if it gets back over 470 again. Oh, Pickles, come on. You have to know the news about Sava, okay? So they came out with the company, Sava got destroyed a few days ago with some real negative news about their scientific methods. The company comes out today, or I don't know exactly when, trying to defend. So, I mean, it's going to be a very emotional trade. You're going to get people piling and shorting, saying we don't believe whatever the company is going to come out, we don't believe it. So there's a war going on. I tried to short it in the pre-market a couple of times. I was looking for this sort of a move. I didn't get it. So I got up both times with minimal gain. I just didn't get. I was looking for about a $4 move. All right, well, this RSI, okay, so the alert happened at 1585. Let's see if it gets back over 1607. I'm going to stick an alert around 1607. See if it takes that out again. Now, it's on a low float, 52 million in the float. Well, looks like I was kind of wrong on the ENVB. I mean, it just tore right through all that resistance that I thought might not here on that right up here. No news. No news that I can see. Doesn't trade options, so that's why it's not going to show up on my option scanner. It doesn't trade options. Oh, I can't answer that. I mean, Riot and Mara used to run pretty steadily. I always found Mara was a bigger percentage mover than Riot, but I can't answer that. What's Mara doing? Yeah, they used to run pretty well much in tandem, but I always did see that Mara usually had a slightly bigger percentage increase, but I have no idea. I mean, technically, they're not exactly the same. I know they're crypto plays, but Mara, I mean, you have to look at what Mara does. And I think they're not quite the same companies, but anyway, yeah, if you look, I think, again, they're both crypto players, but I think, yeah, Mara is more into the mining aspect of it. Yeah, this doesn't look like it's going to pop up. Not yet anyway, RSI, but hey, just stick your alert, 1605 or so, you get some volume coming in. You never know, later on, that's all I'm going to do for the RSI. Yeah, the mile is, I mean, it's, to see it get back into the 480s. Okay, so when you say you cannot get it to work, Jimmy, what do you mean by that exactly? You mean you're not seeing the alerts? Is that what you mean? Just need a little more of an explanation when you say you cannot get it to work. I mean, to see the alerts, just click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? And when you do that, this is what you'll see. Here are the alerts today. After that, it's up to you to, how you want to trade them. Well, yeah, I'm assuming you'll have a premium account. You need to have that, but I don't know what he means by he cannot get it to work. Are you talking not okay? I don't understand what NEI means. You talking about auto trading, or like what are you talking about? Well, guys, Mile is not wanting to give it up yet. So I'm sorry, Jimmy. I don't understand what you meant by NEI, automatic trading. Are you talking about you want to auto trade the AI? Is that what you're talking about? Just need a yes or a no. Okay. Okay. So have you watched the video? It's almost 10:20 anyway, so I'm going to be going over a lot of this. First of all, we don't recommend you do that, but can't stop you from doing it. So have you watched, okay, Jimmy, have you watched the video? I just popped in the video. It shows you how you connect to an IB account through Brokerage Plus. So again, in the link I just put, there are two videos. The first video, the short video, shows you how you can connect. So you have watched it, you've watched the video. Okay, so now first of all, have you run it in the simulator first have you run it in the simulator first before you actually, connect to IB and trade like your real money? Absolutely recommend, that you run it in our simulator first to see how it would work in auto mode. SAVA. So a cross, what time frame? What time frame, Grumpy? What cross are you talking about? There's a cross. There's not a cross there quite yet. There's a cross right there in the 5-minute chart. Yeah, cross on the 5-minute chart. The 8 EMA crossing down below the 20 SMA on the 5-minute chart. That was right at just before the market opened. So that, in theory, is a short signal. 10 a.m. I don't see the cross at 10 a.m. What time frame? I don't see a cross on 10 o'clock on the 5. I mean, there's the, I don't see a cross at 10. Not the 5-minute chart I'm looking at anyway. The only cross I see is, and it was a beauty. I mean, just at around $59. So we don't have no, we do not have an option simulator. No, just stocks. Now, again, when you guys hear me talking about an option, my options scanner, this is what I'm talking about, okay? This is just showing me stocks that are having unusual or abnormal option activity. Not trading the option, though some, I think Ori is one of them. I don't know if Ori's in the room today. He says that, with our option filters, it does help him trade options. All right, guys. Wow, it's 10:23. It's been I just Mile is the only one I'm kind of interested in. That's it. I mean, it's been reasonably resilient. So, if you are new to this trading room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Of course, the market's closed on Monday, so don't come to the room on Monday. I share my screen live on the mic. We have a promo on right now. Labor Day promo for 20% off. Give me a moment as I pop these codes into our YouTube room. Yeah, guys, Real's doing his best here. This says stocks only, okay? Stocks only. So, off topic is off topic. Stocks only, just for stocks. Now, I would say, he did mention a stock, NMTC. But well, it showed up on my option scanner. Sorry, my option scanner, my halts. All right, so I did pop in my homepage link. So my homepage tab is available here all day long, of course, and within the homepage tab, you will see my link. Now, when you click on my link, this is what you'll see. So if you want to take out a subscription, here it is, the promo code to use, Labor Day 2021, 20% off the first month only, or the entire year. When you click on Get Trade Ideas, these are the 4 plans that we have. So we have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. So the annual on a premium subscription is $22.68 a year minus the 20%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 20%. The big difference is our AI, which I'll go over in a bit. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. In fact, my recommendation is not taking out an annual subscription unless you're really sure you want the product, okay? You can always start off with a monthly. Standard is $118, premium is $228. Less the 20% for the first month only, all right? If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Now, if you do take out, say you took out a subscription today being the 3rd, if by October the 2nd, you decide, you know what, I really want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 20% promo code, okay? Now, more information on my homepage. These 3 sections, the trade of the week, stock of the day, and education, these are all free sections. So you can subscribe to the trade of the week. It'll be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video around noon. I'm going to be hard pressed to find one today. Stock of the day video around noon Eastern time. And here is our education section. You click here. So if you're new to trade ideas, I really recommend you take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. This goes over all of the basic features of trade ideas. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them, etc. Okay? It's all the basic features are explained there. Daily support sessions between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. One of the other traders takes over from me. Today is Friday, so I believe it'll be Andy. Before I take my break at noon, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want to. Daily webinars, so we've got a bit of a change in the format. You can sign up for them all here. They're Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Okay, you can sign up for them all here. But the new format now is Monday, Wednesday, 1 week, Tuesday, Thursday, the next week, and that's the rotation. Okay, so next week it'll be Tuesday and Thursday. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. Some information about the AI, okay, so we have some more videos here. If you're new to trading, a great little 36-part intro to trading. It's all free. It starts off with literally, what is a stock? And we created some ebooks for you. So a lot of information on my homepage. Save my link. Because, you know, you can take a look at all this, especially this section here, the education section, and now my scans. You know, here's a sample layout for you, plus all the other individual scans that I've created. Not all of them, but, you know, some over the years that I put in here. This is the one that I love, the moving higher with unusual option activity. Okay? So again, a lot of information, my homepage. Save the link. You can take a look at, especially again, these two sections. I'll get it right. Here we go. These two sections here, my scan section, education, a lot of information. Save the link. Just size my window. No, you're right, real, yeah. So, well, it's not Benzinga so much. You know, I have Interactive Brokers and they've got a news service. It's just that they happen to have a lot of the Benzinga headlines. But, you know, they have Reuters, but I use Benzinga's news service. Okay, it's just that they seem to get a lot of information from Benzinga, but you know they do get they do have Reuters and they get a lot of other news from other sources, but the main one seems to be from Benzinga. That's all. I don't know on the free service from IB Interactive Brokers. Probably, I'm not sure though. I have the pro service. The reason I have the pro service is that the free service you don't. There's no external linking available with the free service. So there's no way I'd have the free service without external linking, or with the fact that it doesn't have external linking. External linking meaning that, when I click on an alert, it shows up in the order entry. So I don't have to constantly type things in all day long. Speaking of which, look at this SLQT. What a fantastic run it's been on, guys, ever since it had earnings, got absolutely trounced. But what a recovery it's had, SLQT. Okay, just let me answer this one question. Can you set a price alert audio tone? So are you talking about in an alert window or in a price alert window, MDB? Certainly it's the same format. If you right click on an alert window, right click, and go to properties, click on properties where it says actions, and just follow the instructions. Okay, check that play sound, set up the sound. You can have text to speech for one of your windows if you want. You don't have to. Okay, and the reason I say one, because the whole idea of our audible alerts is to have a different alert for the different windows. So that, once you set them, when you do hear an alert, you'll know which window to look at. So this is why I then use the custom sound, check that, select. And these are 3 folders that we have. And each folder has some sound alerts. You can pick one, open it, play it. If you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then it gets attached to that window. Well, Mr. Mile, are you going to... Not really, dude. I mean, man, not really. I mean, that's up to you. That's why, we always recommend, people want to auto trade the AI, but we recommend, maybe if you want to auto trade the entries, but managing the exits on your own. So, you look at a Raz yesterday, yesterday, if you had some chart reading experience, you could have let that run for quite a while. Whereas the Yext, I don't know what to say. I know it was an alert. And is it out of it? Not out of it. No algorithm has kicked in to get out of it yet. But it's really up to you. There is no easy answer to that question. There's no catch-all. Yes, this is what you do. It really requires some chart reading experience. Look how choppy. I didn't like this one. The Yext is so choppy. Now, who knows? Maybe it's going to have a big recovery day. I don't know. It's an earnings play, so it's going to be active all day. Yeah, for me, how I use the AI when I can pay attention to it is I use it as a watch list. It's as simple as that. I don't use it any other way. And I tend to concentrate on the ones that are under $20. That's just how I use it. But, for instance, the YEXT, so the fact that it's popping right now, maybe later on in the day, I don't know, maybe it does take out that 1191 alert and starts to move down. But I looked at this, look how choppy it is. Now, I will say this for it, it's having a decent recovery, not as choppy. Choppy meaning look at the topping tails and bottoming tails, even on a 5-minute chart. It's all over the place. Now, maybe the trend is now being established for a while. It's just like my option scanner. Just when I get an alert doesn't mean I pile into the trade immediately. I want to see how it's trading. I want to see where there's some resistance nearby. I mean, the KPLT, I just noticed now, it popped in 651. When you look left, I mean, look at the room it's got. I mean, this is maybe primo today. I don't know. It's above yesterday's high, but when you look left, look at the room it's got. Yeah, so I mean, for this KPLT, I have to put an alert, a little bit above, up here, see if it recovers that again. It's not a low float, 48 million in the float, but look at the relative volume. It's trading 11 times normal up to this point of the day. So I mean, this is, and the option volume, 39,000, 4.5 times normal. So we've got a lot of things going for this. Doesn't mean, I'm not saying take this trade right now, guys. I'm just saying, it's got a lot of things going for it, especially the fact that there's no resistance on that daily chart. So when I say this, the next high looking left is, it's way up here around 950 or so. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I have no idea what it's going to do from here, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. All right, now I'm just going to briefly go over, especially for those of you who are new to the room and not knowing what Trade Ideas is. We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a scan I put together called Basic New Highs and Lows. What is it looking for? When you right click and then click on Configure and then Summary, this is what I'm looking for. Stocks between $1 and $20. High relative volume is trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day. So I want to see stocks that are really trading abnormally. 400,000 shares minimum. But that's how you start. If you want to build your own scan, then you always start off with filters. Otherwise, if I just said, well, show me stocks making new highs or new lows for the day, of course I'd be inundated all day long. So you always start off with filters, kind of get it down to a manageable number. So if these filters are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Now, the nice thing about Trade Ideas is you do not have to know how to program anything. If I right-click again on an alert window, click on Configure, and now search, here are all the alerts that we have. Tons of alerts and lots and lots of filters. So again, if you're wanting to build your own scan, we feel we have enough alerts and filters that you can create, with the right combination, you can create the scan that you're looking for. But again, if you're starting out, you don't have to know how to build a scan at all. If you want my scans, that's why I have my home page is here. And here are all the scans, including a sample layout that I'm sharing. So if you're just starting out, you can take a look at these scans that I've created. You can always modify them. Modifying them, meaning, you look at this basic new highs and lows, and you might think, well, I like the idea, but I don't like the price range. You don't like that price range of 1 and 20, maybe you want between 10 and 100. So, you really, all you have to do is just change it. Okay, and see the summary, see how it's easily changed. If I said okay, then that would be that I'm not going to. But so you can take my scans and you can modify them, or you can, keep them exactly the way they are. Other thing you can do is if you click on New from our toolbar and click on the Dock Channel bar, and I encourage you all to have the latest beta, so you'll have access to the Dock Channel bar. Why? Because now when you go and click on the different channels, these are all themed channels, your layout will not disappear. In previous builds, before 5.5, if you clicked on anything in your channel bar, your layout would disappear. Now, that doesn't happen. So if I click on the momentum channel as an example, and I'm looking right there, now you might look at this one and go, wow, I like this one. I like this scan. Well, you can save it to the cloud. And the whole idea then is you can go through the various themed channels and extract different scans that you might like and save them to the cloud. And once you've done that, then you just file load from cloud. All the scans that you might have changed, you would see them all up here. And that's how you can build your own layout without actually having to know how to, create a scan in the first place. So we try to make it very easy for you. Obviously, if you want to create your own scans, you can, but we've created a lot of scans for you, so you don't have to, if you don't want to, especially at the beginning. Trade ideas can be a bit overwhelming, but that's why we create all the scans for you. I create my scans for you, so you can get kind of used to the whole concept of it. My scans are right here. If you click on my homepage tab, hopefully you can see that blue star. You click on my homepage tab, and when you do, this is what you'll see. And here is the scan section. You click here, and here are all the scans, including a sample layout. Kind of like what you're seeing here. And this is the scan that I love, okay? The moving higher with unusually strong options. And the KPLT guys, it is really interesting. Now, if you're new to this room, notice I'm not telling anybody to do anything. Okay, we're pointing out opportunities. I've already sort of laid out the case for the KPLT because of all the room it's got. If you take the trade, fine. If you don't, that's fine. But you're not going to hear me say, okay, guys, you should take this trade right now. A couple of reasons. I'm not a financial advisor, and also, I shouldn't be doing that. You notice when you sign into this room, you'll see there is a disclaimer. Again, the KPLT, so we had the alert at 6:51, so it's still a little bit above that, but it still is a little uncertain. Okay, let me talk a little bit about our AI. Not really doing much today. On the positive side, I'm seeing we got some stops out. Yesterday we had a great day, especially with the RAAS. But if you have our premium service, you click on New from our toolbar, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is all I would do. This is the window that you'll see. Never mind these two, but this is the window that you'll see. And all you have to do then is wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. But you have an entry, you have a stop. Again, how you trade them will be up to you. This got stopped out, but who knows? Maybe later on it comes back to that price. Maybe it was a little bit early. And what I would do is I would take that window and I would incorporate it as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every day. All right, guys, now the next thing I'm just going to cover briefly, okay? I mean, I don't want to dominate the room too much about talking about all this. You know, try to get back into looking for setups and all. But this window that you see here is called Brokerage Plus. Only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, sorry, it's not available. I'm going to put I'm going to put a link into 2 videos. I don't know. I know it's being worked on. They're trying to improve it so it's real time. Before it was not real time, but I don't have an update on when that's going to happen. Yeah, you can do a history. Okay, Jay, all the alert windows, you know, you can just do a history. Right click. You know, this is... Give me a moment here. So, right click, history, and then you can go yesterday or you can pick a time frame. Okay? Okay? So if you did a history, I'm not going to do it because I'll lose these alerts. But if I did a history of yesterday, I would see RAAS in here. All right, guys. Okay, sorry about that. So that I did pop that Brokerage Plus link in. Okay, and again, there are 2 in that link that you see. There are 2 videos. The first video shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade if you want. But please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. Just we have this feature here that if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you can use it. You know, it's not mandatory to use it. It's just a feature that we have. And I would say more importantly, if you're new to trading, use our paper trader. You know, you see, and the second video goes into a lot more detail about some of the things you can do within Brokerage Plus. And it's relevant to if you want to practice trading. So practice trading first before you start committing money to the market. You know, just use our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data. Okay, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use the simulator because it uses our real-time data. Very simple to use. If I want to trade SLQT, I just click on the alert, the symbol shows up, pick how many shares I want to trade. So let's say I wanted to trade SLQT, but I don't want to trade it right now. I want to see if it pulls back to say 1148. I want to take the trade. Or here, 1141, okay? Here's how you can do something like that. A lot of you like to play pullbacks. So I'm just going to put 1141. Yeah, PETV starting to rip here, guys. Look at the volume coming in. I had an alert set for some reason, probably a few days ago. I know why. Look at this. Okay, so what's the high right there is 420. So it's getting close to that high. Again, it's one of these that it's a lot like the KPLT. You know, looking left, it's got a ton of room. Doesn't trade options though, so it's not going to show up in my option scanner. Yeah, number one, don't use IB's paper trading option. Use ours. Our simulator doesn't cost 200 a month. I mean, you need a subscription to Trade Ideas, you know, to use our simulator. So you can, you know, it works in our standard service. Don't use IB's paper option. Use ours. A lot simpler. So you need a subscription to Trade Ideas to use our simulator. Yes, but you can use our standard subscription at $110 a month. I mean, obviously, there's more to Trade Ideas than just our simulator. It's just that, you know, we have this great feature so you can practice trading before you commit money to the market. Yeah, I don't get too hung up on it, Jay. I mean, people, I know it's not pretty. It doesn't look good. I don't get too hung up on it. I've had IB for 5 years. I find it's a tremendously reliable platform. Never been booted out. And I've never had the occasion to call them after that first week I had it. To me, it's just it's a commodity. But I do get it. A lot of people don't like the interface, but to me, I mean, it just doesn't, for me, it makes no difference. No, you can go month to month, Jay. And right now we got a promo on, so it's actually 118 less 20% for the first month. Okay, after that it would be 118. So it's not necessary to have a yearly subscription. There's the promo. I had no difficulty setting up IB. But again, listen, I don't get too hung up on what it looked like. All I cared about was I have my order entry screen. When I click on an alert, we have symbol linking or external linking. So when I click on an alert, it shows up in my order entry, and you know, from there I trade it. Is it pretty? Probably not, but you know, for me, it makes no difference whatsoever. For me, I'm more concerned about a platform stability, and I have found that IB has been extremely stable. I've had it for 5 years, so. Yeah, so I'm a Canadian also, Jay. I don't trade the Canadian markets, but let me just show you. I'm going to put this in the tech support, okay? I'm going to show you what I give to my Canadian people who do want to trade the Canadian markets. This is a sort of a boilerplate. Oops, just a minute. Okay, so I'm going to put this in the tech support area, okay? This is an answer, so it's in the tech support area regarding Canadian data. Okay, the volume bars. Hopefully, if I've missed a question, please just repost it. I do apologize if I have missed a question. I'm trying to keep up. Yeah, well, I mean, the minute the volume starts to decrease, you know, you have to start really paying attention for sure. You know, we talk about this all the time, especially, you know, something that's made a bit of a parabolic move. Once that volume starts decreasing, you know, obviously the interest is starting to wane a bit. You've got to love that gap though. I mean, there's the high right there is 420. So, you know, taking that out again, and look at the float, 3.3 million in the float. I mean, that's such a low float. Yeah, Angie, you'll drive yourself crazy, okay? If you look at news and you think something and you look at the news and you think the news is super positive and yet it doesn't work the way you think it should. You know, the market doesn't lie. I mean, you know, you cannot go against the market. I mean, I'm not saying that IMPL won't go up at some point, but yeah, you'll drive yourself crazy if you try to. I mean, look at the float also, 2.5 million. So it's, you know, it's a very low float for a stock that's, you know, $26 and at one point was 45. Okay, so it's going to be insanely whippy. I mean, it's still up 14%, but again, your interpretation of the news is obviously not everybody's. No, drug approved by the FDA. Who knows? I don't know anything about this company. Maybe that drug, yeah, maybe it was approved, but who knows? Maybe they can't. Maybe it's such an expensive drug. Maybe you know, they can't make a lot of money. I have no idea. You know, but you cannot. I always use the term. It's easy to get seduced by the news. You know, you read something and say, "Oh man, this is fantastic. I'm all in," and then it does something like this, and you can't. It's hard to understand. And the thundering hooves. Okay, guys, you know what? I was in the middle of demonstrating something. How to take a stock on a pullback, and I got interrupted. So let's take a look at this again. So we were gonna take this stock on a pullback, okay, in the simulator, SLQT. So you pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick that price. I think it would say 1140. Again, I'm just showing you the mechanics, okay? Not necessarily that that's what you would do. I just want to show you the mechanics. A lot of you like to take stocks on pullbacks. So you notice there's a big blue line now on the chart. So if SLQT goes back down to 1140, it'll take the trade. Now, at some point, if I don't want to do this anymore, you know, I don't like the way it's trading, or maybe the market just is starting to really tank, you can always go back into the order section, and I can right click on that order and I can cancel it. Okay? This is in the simulator. Yeah, so KPLT has been KPLT, sorry, has been kind of whippy. See if it gets back up to that 651 area. Let's take a trade now, just show you how you can do something. And I'm going to talk just a little bit about money management. You know, if you're new to trading, you better have a trading plan. Now, one moment, my headset just died on me. Just give me a moment, please. All right. So yeah, you better have a trading plan because, you know, the reality is that not every trade is going to work. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you, okay? At least that's how I trade. So let's take a look at Pet V as an example, okay? Wow, look at this, big drop, okay? Well, trying to find something that is so kind of up. Let's look at mile, okay? Again, I'm not saying this is just in the simulator for demonstration purposes only, okay? So you wanted to take this one right here. So I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it right at the market. It's only a penny spread, so I can do that. So you're going to see it's going to show up. It's going to show up. Okay, there it is. So entered at 473. Again, this is using our simulator, right? Real-time data. So 473, I'm going to put a stop at 453. Not because that's where the stop should be. I'm just trying to make the math easy. Where the stop should be, if I got into this trade, probably, you know, maybe here. I'm looking at a 5-minute chart. What I do is I like to size up on a chart where I think there is a support area so that if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. How you place your stops will be up to you. That's where practice comes in. You know, a lot of people might say, okay, I get into a trade, I want to stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle or the 15-minute candle. Maybe you're using a moving average. How you're going to do it will be up to you. That's where the practice will come in. I tend to look at a chart and I tend to be more visual. I tend to visualize where I think there's support, a lot of action at a certain level that if it broke down through that level, I should be out of the trade. So once you figure out, you know, get used to knowing where you're going to put a stop, then that is going to share size you also. When you get into trading, the other thing, you notice here it says minus 97.50. If I get stopped out, if it moves down to 453, I'll be stopped out for approximately a $100 loss. Because that's the other aspect. How much are you willing to risk on the trade if it doesn't work for you? You're going to have a stop, but now, okay, how many dollars, if you get stopped out, you know, how much are you willing to actually lose on the trade? You have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always risking $100 a trade. And that share size me. How? Well, if I take my entry and my stop, the difference is 20 cents. If I'm going to risk $100 on the trade, then if I divide 20 cents into 100, you get 500 shares. Okay? I think we're using still half a cent a share in our brokerage fees in the simulator. You know, using IB's half a cent a share. Okay, so that's the basis. You know, that gives you some ground rules. In my opinion, anyway, you better have a price you're going to get out of the stock. Hope and pray is not a good trading strategy. And like we were talking about before, you can read some news about the company. You can, you know, you hear, wow, look at the news they got. This has got to work. It's got to work. And all of a sudden it's not working. And you can't understand it. Well, you know what? Maybe you were early. You know, there's another way to look at it. Maybe we were just a little bit early into the trade. You get stopped out. You can always come back into the trade later on if it sets up. So two concepts, placing a stop, which will share size you, you know, because that'll determine how many shares you'll take. And then the other big concept, again, is, well, I just sort of covered it, is obeying your stop. You know, don't get, especially when you first start out. I mean, in the simulator, it's easy to obey your stop because it's not your money, right? Easy to obey your stop. But when you start trading, sometimes it's really hard. Again, because you can't believe it's not working. You hear all the good news about a company. You cannot believe it's not working. But you know what? Again, everything can line up. Great setup, great news, lots of room on the daily chart, you know, for it to keep running before it hits resistance. Everything can all set up. Guess what? Sometimes it still does not work. So obeying your stop is also very, very crucial. You know, try to check your ego at the door, you know, and say, okay, I got stopped out, no problem. I move on, go on to the next one. But don't allow that $100 manageable loss turn into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally get out because you just were too stubborn. Okay, well, there are two ways to do it, MDB. I mean, if you save it to your computer, okay, local, you can save the layout and just give it another name, number one, okay? That's what I do. I always give my layouts, I do save everything to my computer, but I also save everything to the cloud. So if you save it to the cloud, file, save, or share to cloud, you click on entire, give it a name, and save it. Okay? When you exit Trade Ideas, and I don't want to click on exit because it destroys my link, but when you exit Trade Ideas, it's going to ask you, do you want to save your layout? Just say yes, you know, assuming that's the layout you want. Then when you enter Trade Ideas, say on Tuesday, that layout will appear again. All right, Captain Kirk. Whoa, what are you doing? 2316 was the alert from the option scanner. The key, as Real, I think, pointed out a little earlier, there's the 200-day moving average. Can it take it out? But even if it did, take a look left, 2334 and 2372. So there, you know, there's a little bit of this that it has to get through. Another word about the simulator. If you can't make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money when you have, you know, real money on the line. Okay? You know, it's the harsh reality. But even if you can make money, you know, it says it's not a guarantee that once you start trading with real money that you'll make money because, like I said before, the emotions come into play. Easy to obey your stop when it's not real money. Sometimes, you know, you get too emotional about a trade and you don't want to obey it. So, you know, there's a lot to trading. It's not easy. I don't use level 2, so I'm not somebody to answer that. Okay, Tim, I'm just seeing your post now, okay? Yeah, so if you go to my homepage, this is what I use. So hopefully you can find my homepage tab right there. Click on the link. I can almost guarantee I know why it's not working. Let me just give me a moment here. So when you click on my homepage tab, go to the scan section right here and click here. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market: gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up, and pre-market actives down. If if whatever you have is not working, almost for sure it means you've got the relative volume filter active. If you're using the relative volume filter, you'll get no data in the pre-market. So for instance, notice here that basic new highs. So this is what I'm talking about. If you're using this current volume, relative volume filter, and you've got a number in there, nothing will happen in the pre-market. You will get no data. Now, if you're not, and here's the confusing part, if it's a top list, you have to well, that's probably the reason. Okay, you're probably using the relative volume filter, and that's why you're not getting any data. Yeah, that's the reason. Just one moment, please. Okay. All right, guys. All right, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys. I'm back. Okay, let's take a look at SOFI. Let's see if it hits the option scanner. It's going to take a bit, William. That's got to be 300%. So we're only at 71%. And you're right, it's not up enough in the relative volume. So yeah, I mean, tremendous option volume, but yeah, it'll be very iffy for it to hit the scanner. Yeah, that's what I think. That's exactly the same sentiment I have, what Real is talking about. But as we always say, if you're using something and it's working for you, fantastic. We'd never say you shouldn't because I don't do something, therefore you shouldn't. Never. We never say that. Even if, well, I'm not going to talk about stops. Yeah, it's been a choppy day for it, the KPLT. It's been a very choppy day. I'm still holding out for later on maybe, but it's been a choppy day, no question about it. Just because of all the room it's got. I think that's a key area for it to try to hold at 25. Okay, how is Kirk doing? Is it still above that 200-day moving average? Yeah, little delay here. Yeah, so it's still struggling to get out from under that 200 or above that 200-day moving average. Now this one I think showed up on the option scanner yesterday also, the TGP. Now what does it have looking left? 1610. I mean, you can see if it can take out 1610 somehow, but then it's got some room maybe to the 1674 area. Just not seeing a lot of continuation on the scans today. All right, so TGP, where are they out of? That's that Bermuda stock, right? Okay, so TGP is kind of interesting. I mean, it's got some room to the 1670 mark. Meanwhile, I think the MMAT gave it up. Yeah, look at this. I mean, a lot of stocks that were really super active early. 642 dropped $1 now. MMAT. Where are you, Becca? Yeah, I mean, look how choppy this catapult has been now. It's KPLT. I mean, that looked pretty awesome up here. You know, it looked like it was going to try to take out 7, and I mean, look at all the room it had. Just didn't do it. You know, flat out didn't do it. Now, this might be, you know, I'm looking for maybe a bounce area, but not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers anyway. Yeah, I mean, look at a lot of these high flyers, guys. I mean, just gave it up. Oh, shoot, this one was shortable for me. And that's the RSI. Well, we got a little spoiled yesterday because we had a lot of great trend trades out of the option scanner. You know, kind of like this. I'm not saying this is going to keep going, but a lot of them look like this. But you have a lot of whippiness. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Somebody's asked me about ENVB. I don't know what to say. I mean, it's just pulling back. I don't know. There's a cross down actually on the 5-minute chart, 257. So I mean, this is maybe setting up a short, not shortable for me at IB. There's the theme of the day. Maybe you want to keep an eye on APOP, guys. I mean, this has had a big pullback. Let's just take a look. This is one I traded after hours yesterday and in the pre-market today. Maybe trying to come back, but you know what? We need volume, right? Always need the volume. Need some volume. But you know, it's trying to crawl back off that level. But unless you get volume, you know, some volume appearing a little bit on the 2-minute chart, but we need some volume. And I don't mean absolute volume. I'm talking about in relation to the previous candles that you see. We want something that, you know, stands out. That maybe is suggesting that, you know, traders are getting enthused about it again. Otherwise, you know, you're just going to it just probably will not keep going unless you get a lot of volume coming into APOP. I mean, it's getting a little bit juicier, guys, a little bit juicier. I mean, it's got a ton of room, obviously. I'm talking about the APOP. But you want to see some, okay, that 5-minute volume is starting to pick up. It's this candle has about 3 minutes to close, so it's starting to pick up. You know, and remember, this got up to almost $10 this morning. And yeah, with that float, anything can happen. So I have an alert. I think said it didn't quite take it out. I think it said at 786 or so. Didn't quite take it out. Did not quite take it out. All right, guys. Let's see if that pop is continuing for the A pop. There was some volume coming in. I'm looking at the 15-minute chart now. The volume is starting to pick up. You know, I mean, at least it's above these two right there. So the volume is starting to pick up a little bit for the A pop. I'd like to see volume like that. It won't happen probably. There's only less than about a minute left for this candle to close. So, but it's getting a little more encouraging for a pop now, and that is the A pop. No, I don't think it trades options. Yeah, I mean you'll see that for these low floats. No, yeah, it doesn't trade options at all. These low floats typically will not be optionable. Yeah, no kidding. Look at the yeah. I mean, the catapulted all the way back up to 640. Talk about a choppy day, though. Let's talk about a choppy day. Exactly, Theo. You know, it's just too bad this didn't do what it's doing now in the pre-market. I would still be in this one as a short, but okay, guys, keep an eye on the APOP. The volume keeps increasing. Especially if it takes out, you know, gets close to 8 and takes that out. I mean, look at the room it's got. SMRT, shoot, I wanted to take a look at that one. SMRT, Real talked about a potential fade, yes. Okay, guys, APOP. Man, oh man, it's getting close. Well, it looks like that SLQT. All right, guys. I mean, we're getting close here. We're getting really close for APOP. Again, I'm not telling anybody to take the trade. Yeah, mile is whippy. Yeah, it's so darn whippy. Even on a 15-minute chart. I mean, normally when you look at a 15-minute chart for something, you know, you don't have as many topping tails and bottoming tails. That's the whole idea of it, you know. It sort of smooths things out a little bit. But look at it. I mean, look at the topping tails and bottoming tails and well, guys, KPLT is right back to the alert price. But again, nah, huge bottoming tail there. I mean, this seller's tried and they work. I mean, they knocked it down all the way to 6, and the buyer said, not quite yet. All right, guys, I just want to check to see who is going to be taking over in YouTube. I think it's going to be Andy today, but just want to check. Well, again, guys, my number one focus is APOP, just to see if it has that pop and wants to run. Okay, ACIU, haven't seen that one. That was the one that got destroyed after the big run. I mean, it just got absolutely destroyed. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm just kind of watching on the APOP to see if it does it. Boy, the KPLT. The only disturbing thing, I mean, you know, that was a big pullback all the way down to 6. Now maybe if it gets back over 672, maybe that'll give traders a little more confidence that it takes out that level, and that's not going to happen again. Yeah, we don't okay, Wayne, first of all, you can do it. You need our premium service, of course, but before you would do it in auto, I would use it in the simulator first, okay? Paper trade it. But you're not going from the channel bar. What you should do is click on New from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Actually, forget what I said. Forget what I said. You have to have Brokerage Plus up and running. Have Holly right there. Have the Holly tab. Then you turn them all on. Okay, turn them on. Enable. Now they're good to go. Use it in the simulator first, okay, to see how it works. Okay, can't emphasize that enough. Before, we don't agree with using it in auto mode with real money, but if you're bound and determined to see what it would be like, use it in the simulator first, okay? So did you understand that, Wayne? You just click on Sim, turn them on, and see what would happen. Yeah, Mile has been a Mile has been a strange one today. All right, guys. Well, let's see. I mean, maybe now is the time. Amazing action on it. I mean, look at that bottoming tail. I mean, look how sellers just charged into it. Drove it all the way down to 6, just a little over 6. And then the Mile. Again, a very choppy day, guys. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, for the things that I have been looking at in our option scanner. And now, will it take out 7? Well, guys, can it continue? You know, I had the alert set up in this area right there to see if we could take that out. It did. And I said, well, let's see. I mean, it's the room, right? It's the room. It's all about the room. Now look at the volume that came in. I mean, this could not this again not a advice, but I mean the way this is now. I mean you know depends on your trading philosophy or plan. I mean this has obviously got room up here. I mean depending how it closes, you could even take a stab at swinging it. I know I don't often talk about that, but. Talk about something that crawled off the bottom. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is just when? This is on the 27th. This is a $3 stock, so it's basically doubled. 340 stock, so it's basically doubled. And it's not shortable for me, so I don't know how many other brokers have shorts available for it, but okay, yeah, just a confirmation. It is Andy today in our YouTube room when I take my break. DPRO, I'm hearing DPRO, DPRO. What are you doing? Okay, so this is not trade options. Holy smokes, look at this thing. So I can't believe this is an IPO. I think this could have been a symbol name change. I mean, listen, it might have been an IPO. There's the high right there, 405. Probably a low float. Yes, Canadian stock. Where are you out of? Saskatoon. Holy smokes. Unbelievable mile. Not unbelievable, but I mean, look at the pop it had on the volume. I mean, it's, you know, you can make trading fairly simple just by following volume and price action. I mean, look at the volume that came in out of not out of nowhere, but you know, decreasing volume, down, 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 down. All of a sudden, for whatever reason, let's pile in, guys. Now, even APOP is not over. Yeah, I agree. I mean, if it somehow, I'm going to stick an alert around 795 for APOP just to see if it gets even close to that, which means, of course, it'll be close to 8. And just see if it has any enthusiasm with some volume, always, always with the volume. How's TGP doing? Probably sitting around 16? Or, sorry, yeah, 16 still? Yeah. Not really doing too much. Came on the option scanner. There's the next high looking left at 1610. I mean, if it can take that out, what's the next high? Yeah, 1607. On the monthly chart, 1674. It's got some room. Had a great week from 1363 up to 16. Great week for TGP. Okay, one moment, please. Ah, that's because I had myself on mute. Sorry about that. So I'm asking, are there any shorts available for E-Trade, for KPLT? Sorry about that. Thank you, Claudia. No E-Trades? Okay, thank you. Okay, guys, I'm just going to pop a link in here. Okay, this is an example of how to use the AI, not just for on the day of, okay? This is a YouTube video that was done, okay? Just not necessarily for the day of. How you can track, the AI alerts and track them going forward for several days. Right there, David. Okay? Just popped it in right there. Did it pop? Yes, it did pop. Not a bad one either. I mean, considering the day we've got going here, guys. KPLT. To heck with the AI. And there's a stop. So 718, you get stopped out. I mean, obviously my bias is long this one. Can't short it anyway at E-Trade or Interactive Brokers. So, but we'll see what happens. Whoa, BGURY, what's happening to you? Wow, TGP. This was the sleeper, guys. TGP was the sleeper from the option scanner. KBSF, you guys were talking about that in the pre-market. Let's take a look at the pre-market. Or not the pre-market. Ah, look at this. I mean, man. Just getting trashed now. Well, it should accept the order, but they're going to have to look for you. I thought that's how it worked. I don't even bother. You know what? If I see that green faded ball, I don't even try to place an order. It did. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, because you're right. It says no. It says no shorts of short. Well, maybe you know what might have happened. It says the contract will be available for short sale of shares can be located, and it's possible. I mean, sometimes during the day, there are shorts available, and then they get snapped up, and then they get covered, so they're back again, and you might have just hit, right at the sweet spot when they became available briefly. All right, I think Andy is ready. Let me just give me a moment here. I think he's going to be in the YouTube room. Ah, okay. He's having a problem with his mic. I mean, yeah, this is a great little feature, with interactive brokers. It tells you, oops, where did you go? Okay, just have to move this off just a minute. There we go. Well, anyway, it tells you how many shares are available, and then you can see it changing real time. And we have a halt. We have a halt, ESGC, halted for news, guys. No, not well. You can ask me questions, Patrick. The gentleman who usually is there, Andy, at 12, he's having a problem with his mic, so he's just letting me know. I think he's okay. Chris is going to take over. Okay, he's got a mic problem. Just let me know, Chris. He's going to be ready, and he says in 30 seconds. Well, Doug, I'm not sure how I can help you exactly. Are you sure? Depends on the scan you've got. I mean, are you on don't repeat? Okay, or depends how are you on a different group and sort by, It really depends on how you're viewing the data. Like for instance, this is stuck at 1023. If I reload this will be a different time and price as an example. Okay, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up in the YouTube room, okay? And I'll be taking my break. So it's hard for me to know. If you throw the cloud link in, I can take a look at it. Okay, thank you, Chris. Okay, I see you there. All right, I'm going to stop now.
All right. Check my mic. All right. Sounds like we're in. you guys are seeing a lot more of me lately in here. Andy had some technical difficulties, so I jumped in, take over the boat for now. For anybody that doesn't know, free for all forum here, live Q and A. Um, Fire away your questions so we can keep it moving, keep it busy. I say that as we look at a Friday for a 3 day holiday or 3 day weekend. For those that celebrate Rosh Hashanah coming next week as well, so it'll probably have the market a little more quiet than it typically would be. Um, Schools getting back, all those things like that. So another time my stream breaks for some reason, dropped about half you guys again. Kev, how are you? Mike C, what's up? Happy Friday. So yeah, I have no prepared content for anything here. Um, Whoops, just had an alert go off in my ear and blow my eardrums out. Keep forgetting that I left the sound on this layout actually. Um, Kirk, grocery stores. It's on a curated list that I look at here. Alerted actually much earlier in the day for me before this all got refreshed when I had to reload a new layout to do this. But had that look to me and blasted right through this area from yesterday. Also, Holly, a catalyst, she was in it yesterday. As you can see, she kind of did it flat and conservative there. Uh, you know, Sometimes she's early, sometimes we're early. Pace. Jump right back to that in a second. Mike C actually had a okay week. Well, let's take a look at Pace. PAC. Is that Pacific Bio? I haven't seen that in a long time if it is. Nope. Okay. Pace. It's a interesting looking chart considering it's traded 2 million shares today. Curious as what the time and sales look like on this thing. I'll start by this is something I would never trade, at least not looking like that on the day. Very odd looking on time and sales. Um, let's see here. I don't really have much of a comment to make on pace. I mean, unless you know something about it that has you excited about it. But I mean, you come all the way back here. You got a 50 cent range going from, yeah, about a 50 cent range going from May of last year till now. So there's no real trading range in it. There's nothing. There's no real action. Obviously, 2 million shares means it's liquid today, but I mean that's also doing almost 21 times its normal volume to this point in the day. So no real comment. There's nothing that interests me. If you got something special about it, by all means. Um, but yeah, just volume. It's I don't know. It's a nothing. My best trade, Mike C. I exited my LTHM trade, but I'd held that for a while. So that went well for me. I had a swing going on in CVM that went okay for me. Pull up a CVM chart. Zoom in, and I took CVM a few days ago. I took it actually here somewhere in this wick around 1180, um, and then held it. Yeah, it had to be that day, right? Yeah, held it there, and I held it through, and I sold it yesterday sometime or somewhere around in the 1220 and 1225 range. I got out of it. I didn't like what was doing in that pullback yesterday that happened. I mean, I say pullback. I mean we're at all-time highs, but I just had for a few months some winners turned to losers, and just wasn't going to let that happen when that was going on. So I decided to exit it. I wanted to be mostly cash going into this holiday weekend. So I'd say that was probably my real good one. I feel like I traded something else, but I can't remember what else. Made a day trade yesterday actually, but I don't remember what it was now. It was something from Barry's scanner, I think, his option scanner. So that was that. Let's see, Patrick Hi Chris tried to get this answered via email. It kept me told come here. The question: can you External links from specific scans to alert versus all alerts. No, you can't have individual linking like that. Linking is universal. You link to one, you link to all. As far as our scans, what you might be able to do is in your brokerage platform, you can experiment with this, but you're going to have different fields that you link to, Patrick. So, for example, I'm linked into my time and sales here, and then if you're familiar with IB, you have this tool here that links the different groups within there. So, if you have different charts and things like that, you could probably create individual links for the charts and things like that. That still doesn't really do individual linking, though. I mean, all that would do is you'd create the individual links in here, essentially. External linking. No workaround on it. Sorry, I thought I had something that might help you in a sense, but nope. One link. It's one link to everything essentially. You can unlink things within the brokerage platform. So if you want, a static chart or static time and sales or a static order entry, because you have multiple windows of all those things. But that's really it. There's nothing else that you can do with that. Yeah, one linking. Sorry. Thought for 1 second I had an epiphany, but no, it wasn't. Sorry. So that covers that. Yeah, lots of volume, Doodle. Thank you, Mike C. Yeah, always hindsight trading. I could always leave some money on the table, but it was a decent week for me. One bag holder going into the weekend, but again, it was a longer term position, so I just gonna leave it, hold my bag, got my stop set. It happens, it happens. Doesn't, it doesn't. Blast, yeah. Annie's been a great trader. It's been an absolutely outstanding trader, and it's part of strength alerts. It's still up for the week. But what's funny about that is AR has quietly stolen the show on the strength alerts. Actually, you know, anybody that's listened to me over the last 10 months that I've done fill-ins on this. The first few months that I did any fill-ins, I absolutely hated the traditional energy section. Oil, nat gas, refineries, all that. Not that I'm in love with them, but I'm bullish them overall. Again, and AR's just had, let's see, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. So I mean, off here, nice solid, $2.50 or so, depending on where you got in this range here, where you sold, if you're holding. So good stuff. Patrick, thanks. How about having an alert to push to a chart in TI? If you can elaborate that on Patrick, an alert to push to a chart in TI, like you're not your alert won't change your chart auto. What you could do is if you go to right click and you go to properties, actions, and you pull up the actions window here, you can. I cannot do that on this. Isn't that something? Properties, actions. Hold up. Did we take a function out and I don't know about it? There's a function that that's supposed to put your window on top when an alert happens. Duplicate free floating window. Properties, actions. Okay, so apparently in a docked window this doesn't work. I did not know that. But if you have a free floating alert window, the best you could do as far as what you're looking for is go to right click, properties, and it has to be an alert window, free floating alert window, no docked. Actions, bring up the action center and click this show alert window, and when an alert happens, it's gonna steal your focus or whatever. It's gonna let you know that window flashed essentially. If you have really active alert windows, you're going to find it annoying because you're going to be in the middle of setting a price alert, or if using Brokerage Plus, you're trying to buy something, or maybe setting resistance or support lines on a chart, and it's going to continuously interrupt what you're doing. So if you have a really active alert window, probably not the best idea to use that function. But that's the closest you're going to get to what you're looking for there, Patrick. If I'm on par with what you are asking for. Treating any for rally off the bottom, what are the odds? Anyone? A rally on any? It's one of those smaller stocks. It's over the years I've traded it several times. I remember trading it. I think in fall of 2017, I had some kind of run or something like that. Uh, you know, forget what is it, data processing. Who knows? You got these moving averages fanned out nice. That's strength technically. I'd say this is your big point. Draw a line. That's what I'd look at right now. Something in this ballpark. Also, coming to meet the rising 8 EMA here. I'd say, look, that was significant back here, and I just happen to randomly draw this line based on this here, and it happens to line up with there. I'm gonna bet if we scroll out, we're gonna find this line meeting this chart somewhere else in price action, or not. No, not really. This is gonna be, I bet, fall of 2018. Look at that. What did I say, huh? November of 2018. Yeah, I got an okay memory for some of these moves here. So that'd be my 2 cents on any. I mean, I'd make this if I was putting my money to work on it, which I'm not going to. This would be my line in the sand here, somewhere in that range. Um, Perfect. All right, good. I could get you answered there, Patrick. So keep them firing away, guys. So far, so good. Keeping me active here. Oh, Andy was trying to steal it back from me here. You can't have it. They're equating it to pulling me off the amusement park ride here. They know that I like doing the support sessions, so um, throw an announcement out there for all 34 of you that have decided to stick around in this live support here since I jumped in. Lost at least 40 of you. Come in the coming next, I'll say 1 to 2 weeks. I'm gonna try to work something out a few days a week. When Barry shuts down the room at 3, I'll take over the stream in between 3 and 3:30, and have it live to go back through the end of the market, and maybe a little bit after market action too for anybody that's interested, wants to talk markets and things of that nature. And I know it's tough for some people to make it to the live support sessions right now, depending work schedules, parenting schedules, school schedules, things like that. So, just to give you guys a little more time with some live action here, looking at scanners, charts, talking about the different things that we do here with Trade Ideas. So, it all, it got to shake out a few things here. Anybody that's a parent knows that, going back to school and all that, the first week or two is always a bit of a jumble, if you will, in the world schedule. So, but coming down in the next, I'm hoping to have something worked out by midweek next week that I can start a few days a week. But no promises. We'll make some sort of announcement in the up and coming. So again, fire away, guys. Here, fire away. Who knows? Maybe even there's just talk about it too in our internal chat here. Perhaps even early morning stuff too. I'm a very early riser. Weekdays 5 Eastern is my up and going time. So I will not be streaming at 5 o'clock in the morning. However, I don't see why maybe there can't be a 7:30 or 8 o'clock stream a few days a week. Let's see, Kev's got saying alerts, long bias, so am I. Saying price alerts on watch list, price drops. Yet they haven't been going off. When price falls from that top, what am I missing? I'm not sure here, Kev. Let me duplicate this here so I can bring over price alerts window. Um, Now, what do you mean? You're setting the alert like, let's for example, I don't want to use any. Let's use Kirk. I bet is going to be a better one here. You set the price alert. Let's say if we set it to this rising 8 EMA right now, right click, set price alert at there, and then it's falling to that, Kevin. It's not alerting you. Let me know if that gets you there, Kevin. in the meantime, let's take a look at ABCO. That's odd because in general, they seem to work for me. Um, and is it during in in the outside market hours? You know, there could be bad prints or things like that that get missed, or late settlement prints that might not get counted against that. During market times, it should be fine. You know, go ahead and give it a test. See if you find something that's kind of moving quickly, and give it a test. Let's see, not Kirk, KPLT. Oh, okay. I day traded this one today. Full disclosure, you can see it on my chart here. Um, I took a small scalp on this here, and well, it kind of kept going, but I had to leave the desk for a few minutes, and I just couldn't walk away with that going on, that action, and then of course, came down and pierced and touched down here, and that had knocked me out anyways. So my favorite trading, hindsight trading. um, Maybe go ahead and set a price alert, Kev, from below here and see what happens. I'm gonna move mine now to try to get it close to there and see what happens. So we've reset it there. We've got it working, KPLT, and let's take a look there. I'm sorry, we were going to look at A, B, C, L. What do we got here? NASDAQ. I kind of like it. You're going to have this here. Um, it's kind of a significant area. Always these support and resistance lines, they get pierced and things. It's not an exact whatever. So you got kind of this tight range here. That's through that. But it starts to get by this. With any momentum, it starts to get by that. I wouldn't be shocked to see it make it to the 20 range, $21 range. Where are we at? 18, 19 bucks basically now. It would be something to watch. Pharmaceutical, so careful because pharmaceuticals. I'm sure most people have a tale of some bad pharmaceutical or bio stock that they got rocked on. Um, Maybe a big trend change here. Got a few weeks of it going on. Picking off this bottom here. Really looks like it made a bottom here in this 20-day range that I like to use, and now it's ticked up a little bit on that 20-day range. My drawing tool here. These are the things that my eye is going to go to. That kind of horseshoe up like as my trading tool decides to take its fine time getting ready here. My drawing tool. So you got this kind of bow up here. I like that. RSI convergence, although Michael Noss is working on some kind of RSI divergence scan that's bullish. I don't know the math behind that, but I won't pretend to understand some of the stuff he does. Like I said, uh, you know, you take out 19 with some gusto, and you might have something here working for a day or two. I would say. Nice liquidity. Almost 2 mil shares traded already, doing 2 times its normal volume to this point. It's interesting to me. It's definitely got my interest. We'll even do this for fun. I'm gonna heart that chart. Put that on my like the symbol list. Um, so let's see. We stuck this price alert here. Still hasn't pierced it yet to see if we can get anything going. Um, I'm testing it with you there, Kev, to see what's going on. I'm a few versions ahead of you on a development version here, but it should, for the most part, all be the same. Get an alert on SFTW. What do we got here? Oof, that's a heck of a chart. What a 2-day move. Good God. Very curious as what that time and sales looks like there. Let me pull that up here. Interesting. Another one of those weird traders though overall. You could see, look at this range, from here to here, nothing. But then here you got over $1 range, it looks like. Eh, not even actually. All that big movement, it's not even a dollar range to be honest. Kind of crazy. One of those, I'm guessing a SPAC, right? Yeah, acquisition. Interesting nonetheless. No, I mean, look, you take a look at this chart and it looks interesting right off the bat. And on a 15-minute chart intraday here, I mean, that's a pretty good range. Just, you've got this mess that's in here. But look, any stock can have its day any day. That's why, Barry doesn't use, certain minimum volume filters on some of the scans that he uses because you don't want to, or he doesn't use like an average 5 day volume or an average 10-day volume on his scans. And I don't really either for the most part because I don't want, what if today is the stock's day and now it's going to have, carry through for the next several days, but a 5 day average volume is going to stop it from meeting it. And, I put let's say an average 5 day volume of, 500,000 shares and it doesn't meet that for a 5 day average, but all of a sudden, the next 2, 3 days it goes on a run and it was doing, a million shares or something like that, but not enough to get it up over that average, you miss things like that. That's why, using those average volume filters can be a little tricky, depending on, of course, what you trade, how you trade, and why you trade, so on and so forth. So, so that's that. Kirk just kind of keeping on here. Very nice. A beautiful range that it made here. It's starting to break out of that range. Um, you know, it's in a battleground right there, I would say now. Right up there. Apparently, people are going to grocery stores. Right? Isn't Kirkland grocery? No, Decor, mirrors, framed art. Not a store that I shop at. So come on, guys, fire away. See, there's 42 of us back in here now. Your chance to ask your burning questions, whatever they are. What else do we have going on? Natural gas. So, just take a look at a few of these charts. RC. What was IND? Semiconductor. Another area that I'm very attention focused on. Semiconductors. Everybody needs chips, and it seems nobody has them anymore. Interesting. Holly went short this. Not looking like a great day for her today after a couple of really nice days this week. Whoops. Saw something come in. Yep. There you go. Yeah, it's making another beautiful break right there. Like I said, I was just caught in a position with a few things this morning. And, that gap looks really healthy, really tasty, and there's not a whole lot of other action around the market. You had non-farm payrolls this morning and all that stuff like that seems to have not had any bearing on what's going on here. Long weekend, all that stuff. So, that's where the action is. Look at this thing, 19 times normal volume, 70 mil shares traded by, noon 30 Eastern. That's significant. That's where the action is. Meeting this declining 50-day moving average. It's a new issue stock, so on and so forth. What do I think of the EV charging space? I suppose bullish overall because EVs aren't going away. There's logistical and practicality issues to work out on them, but they're not going away. I'll tell you that. Um, as I mentioned, I don't know if it was it earlier this week I did this. Yeah, with I took for Michael Noss this week. He's on vacation. I think I mentioned it then. Um, the engines of EVs are more practical than the internal combustion engine. Less moving parts, less friction, less damage, last longer, less maintenance, so on and so forth. The problem is, when your electricity goes out, and while I know that's the same issue can happen where you can't fill up your gas tank, but a gas tank's going to last you several hundred miles. Depending on your vehicle, you're looking at 4, 5, 6, 7, 800 miles on a gas vehicle, depending on your mileage. Where, from my understanding, EVs are 2 to 300 miles. So, there's certain logistics to still work out as far as those things go. But it's very early in the game for those things. And EV of 10 years ago looks nothing like the EV of today, and I suspect that the EV of 10 years from now will look quite different than the EVs of now. So, uh, you know, it's all about picking the right one. I don't even know an EV charging stock, to be honest with you. I wouldn't even know to pick one off. I've looked at more of the lithium plays. These two here, obviously the big ones, in my opinion, LAC. Uh, and those are very, very, very similar looking charts. Um, Kevin, I really wouldn't know what to say about Ford being cheap. Not enough believers, I guess. Um, I couldn't comment. I think here's one of the things. Ford has got, how many billion in the float and so established, and the odds of them going on some huge run as a stock and, becoming this huge innovator and blah, 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 blah. They're a sluggish company. These more traditional motor vehicle companies, they've had to have their feet dragged kicking and screaming to the EV space. They're not innovators in it. They're going to come in and merge and suck up anybody that has anything fancy and new that they want, that they think might be able to add to what they're doing, versus really creating new exciting technology and things like that. And people can bash Tesla all they want and its stock price too high or whatever. I won't have no opinion on any of that stuff, but the bottom line is Tesla has pushed the market. That's the bottom line. They're the ones that have really driven what's gone on. So, that's what makes them exciting, is they're driving innovation, whether it's good innovation or bad innovation. They're putting themselves out there like that. So that's Blink. Yeah, you know what? Funny. I do know Blink. Let's take a look at that. Let's go around the horn on some of these things. And the bottom line is, most of us here are technical traders, so we're going to look at the technicals on a chart, and you try to pick the charts that are technically best in your opinion, your mind's eye, coordinated with the space that you think is going to be the big winner. And how you want to play that space. There's a lot of ways to play the EV space. Now this chart, we could say it's coiling nicely. I could say good things and bad things about this chart. We can go, let's get a tool here. Let's draw. Um, we can call that a head and shoulders right there. So that's ugly. But also, if you've listened to me before, head and shoulders is the least reliable pattern ever. Um, what you see, these kind of humps that, making lower highs. So, you want to start to see it build a base, Perhaps that's a base too. So, range, and it's kind of coiling and wedging and all this. You got to deal with a lot of volatility in this stuff and speculation. I mean, we're talking about stocks that just had less than $1 range or a 10-cent range over or 6 months or whatever it was. Look at this range, 60, 30. That's a $30 range going back to the beginning of the year. That's a pretty healthy range to trade, to say the least. And what your time frame is and so on and so forth. So you combine these things that we look at with the chart and these things, and you got the money to set it and forget it, or buy it and forget it. All the power to you. That's how you play these kind of longer term holds. Let's see, EVGO. Come on, EVGO. So this looks like a pretty new issue, huh? Real new issue. When there's new issues, I always like to use the anchored VWAP for fun. So if you don't know what that is, anchored VWAP takes your VWAP and you can stick it on the day that you want it from. So on this little drawing tool looking thing up here, you click that, come to the anchor, hence anchored VWAP from Mr. Brian Shannon, Alpha Trends. Let's go to opening day here, and we can see, That's going to be a big deal if you ask me right there. Um, Declining volume. So you got a divergence between RSI and volume. Price remains pretty steady here. This would be something I'd want to see play out more on a chart to give you more data. But that's what we could look at as far as that goes. And there's something else that was thrown out there. CHPT. I'm gonna zoom out here. If does this zoom out? I'm guessing this is a newer issue too. Then, yeah, there we go. So it's a newer issue. So no zooming out, and same kind of thing. Beautiful range trade. $15 range plus, 15 plus, 16, $17 range. So healthy trader. Um, you know, Had a lot of trouble there. We could take that anchor view op once again, and let's link it to its most recent high here. And look at that. Seems like something to note here. So that anchor view op coming down here, met here and here, and we're going to meet it again with a declining 50-day moving average, rising 8 EMA, 20 moving average down there. If you can't see it, it's flattening. So this might be something that could be starting to set up a little bit. Again, it's got a good range, so made these gap ups, pull back. If it could get some strength again, you might see some range up here. It looks like a $27 range or something like that. $26, $7 range right there. That's interesting to me. Definitely interesting. And just noticing that there from Holly. So, sometimes she sees a catalyst for things that we can't see, looking under the hood with some of these volume metrics and things like that that we don't notice the same way. So that's one way to play it. Like I said, they're gonna need materials. Lithium is the way to go. So playing any of those big lithium names, again, I'm out of it now. I will be back in it. I can guarantee you at some point, unless something significant happens to stop it. But again, I like the way this is overall setting up again here in this range. LTHM, 27 was a tough area for it. It's all-time highs. I like all-time highs. I like seeing something set an all-time high that's in an exciting space, make a pullback, and give a new entry with it. I took home, money from that and load it back up again if it sets up again right. We've got this 8 EMA again that I like on the shorter term momentum moves here. Came, it's holding it here, touched this 20 SMA. So we'll see if these two SMAs or these two MAs can't touch and give it as an explosion back up again. And this is all uh, predicated also, part of the market's got to continue to help. I mean, you have to believe at some point we see a 10-15% correction. We haven't seen one in God knows how long. And Corona does not count as a correction or a bear market, in my opinion. It's an artificial market, if you will. But there hasn't been any real healthy correction since December 2018. So make of that what you will. December 2018, right? Yeah, December 2018. Can TI give cell phone alerts? Yes, MB, kind of. It's done through the account management page. What you want to do is, MB, send an email here and we'll send you some documentation on it. It's not great, but it is what it is. Why can I not do that? Trade dash com. Did I do that right? Looks like it's right. Send an email there asking about that, and see what you get. Um, it'll have to do with you have to go into the accounts management page. I can't bring it up because it's going to reveal information of mine that I cannot obviously reveal publicly like that. And essentially, you'll use the collaborative link. If you're not familiar, you right click, collaborate. It's going to give you this link, and you're going to post it into the accounts management page in that section there. You'll have to also probably contact your service provider, have them enable SMS messages because usually they're not enabled by default, and yeah, something to that effect. And then you'll receive the alerts. I don't know if you can link more than one alert window to it though. I mean, the other thing, MB, that I'll suggest to you is, people, there's a group of us in here that really want a mobile app, but I wouldn't hold my breath for it at this point. Um, but what I would suggest if you're looking more tablet or something like that is create a layout for it on your desktop. Get on your desktop, set up a layout, call it my mobile layout or whatever the heck you want to call it, and like you would anything else. Label your windows, save them to the cloud, and everything. Arrange that whole thing, set up that mobile layout, and then when you are on the go, you can log into the TI from the web, and you'll have a mobile layout that you can load out of the cloud anywhere that you go, if that makes sense. Take your, consider the space that you're going to be looking at on a phone or a tablet. You know what I mean? So you want to keep it something reasonable to that 1, 2 alert windows, 1, 2 top list, something like that, or an alert window with Holly if that's what you're looking to have. Things like that. So hopefully that helps. Back to 44 whole viewers. Come on, there must be some burning questions about trade ideas itself. You can see all my price alerts, things that I've been looking at. Breaking my heart. I really watching this here. I'm liking the way this is setting up. I told myself I was not going to buy any stocks going into the weekend, but I'll tell you what, we close this gap here. I might be taking some LTHM home for the weekend if we can close that gap. I like when things curl like this. And the way we've defended this 20 SMA here, we're sitting right, that's all time highs right there. So we couldn't take it out yesterday, unfortunately. But like I said, it's a funny set of days to trade. Today, next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, till we get past the middle of September, it's going to be a funny time in my 2 cents of what's going on here. You're awfully quiet group today. Where did we crack open the 5 o'clock beverages early? Is that what's going on? Yeah, MILE. That came in through berries early. Again, got reset. But I think that came in somewhere in here, and I was watching it, and I couldn't. I was in a position where I knew I was getting away from the desk and couldn't take it in here. Very nice setup though. Again, every time frame, cup and handle, cup. Not a great cup and handle, but all the same, still cup and handle. All the same, still a cup and handle. Not great, but and beautiful curl up here, and it's that same look that whatchamacallit has as well. They both have that same look here. Boom! Look at that. And just what my eye goes to. Yes, every Friday power hour like that. No, when I decided I was gonna trade stocks, I gave up drinking. Actually, it was one of my sacrifices for this business endeavor that I made with myself. I decided that I couldn't have beverages at night, limit myself properly, and wake up early in the morning with a clear enough head to learn this. And then next thing I know, a few years went by, and that was it. So what else? What do I have on my list? What's been interesting me? Go Go. This one is one that's kept me interested here. Just kind of continues to hold this trend up after that gap from a few weeks ago. You know, just kind of holding this trend steady, and I'd love to see it get through this line here. Give me another run. I still think communications equipment is a big deal. Um, I'm still trying to learn how to hold things much longer term. I went from being, more of a day trader to a swing scalper swinger, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. But holding something for weeks on a time is still something I mentally need to get my head around. But, I love this right here. Love that right there. Big deal. I mean, depending on who you talk to, Ben, technically, yeah, caffeine's a drug. I mean, I would never think of it as one personally, but technically classified as one. Yeah, I don't drink coffee though. Yeah, um, emotions biggest part of this. But I think in the mentality of trader talk, um, I think people confuse having no emotions with being able to monitor your emotions and how they play well. Um, One of the biggest things that helped me learning anything was journaling. Especially my first year, I probably journaled 99% of my trades. And one of the things that I learned about myself is something about my personality type and how my emotions and my personality type affect my trading. My management of those trades more than anything else. I cannot tell you how many times in my first year of trading I was up, even if I was only up, 15, 20, $30 in a trade, and I had enough time to exit it keeping that, and I let it turn negative. And if I had just changed half of that, if I let half those not go negative, it would be a different world that I'm sitting in right now, personally. So think about that for a second, about trade management and how important that is. That even though my did I lose you guys? 'Cause my streaming equipment just hiccuped on me. Hopefully I didn't lose you guys. Looks like 45 is still there. All right. Hopefully, lost my thought a little bit, but journaling. What I was going with is journaling. Help me with that. Help me with trade management a lot better. A lot of hot stove touching. That I had to do, unfortunately. So what makes you professional, hardcore college students find Adderall comes in handy. Certainly not touching it. I mean, look, if you got a substance that helps you, go ahead. Um, on a personal note, without revealing too much things like that, I know somebody that had some very terrible injuries to their spine, spinal fusions, all kinds of things like that, and they went to a health rejuvenation clinic or whatever, and they put them on HGH, human growth hormone. They put them on a treatment of it and whatever else, and after 30 something years, 40 years of being on opiates, they were a very bad heroin addict, all kinds of mess from a bad injury that they had on their spine. HGH basically changed their life. They It was like pressing a reset button, taking 20 something years off their life. They claimed they were able to make movements they couldn't make in years. They were seeing healing that was done and things like that. But you can't just go get a prescription of HGH. It doesn't just work like that. It's some loops and holes you got to, or loops and mountains you got to jump and climb to get that stuff or whatever. But they swear by it to this day. I know a few other people that went and did the same thing that they did that had some similar things, and every one of them said it was it saved their lives. Essentially, to this day, there's still some of these people have been now on it for that I know over 15 years, maybe 17, 18 years even. And so, if it works, it's not hurting you. By all means, do it. But Adderall, yeah, I've never done Adderall, so I wouldn't know. Um, Getting off the topic of stocks here a little bit, but you guys aren't really firing much here at me as far as stocks go. So, and like I said, I have no planned content here for you. Google it up, Mike C. Listen, you know, These are people that I'm very, 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 very close to. And and I can physically see a difference in them. I watch people that were walking zombies and basically dead to the world for multiple decades. Yes, human growth hormone, HUT, HUT. And I'm going to also throw out there, you don't think all these athletes were doing that stuff all that time, and probably still are, because I don't think there's really a way to test for HGH even to this day. Or the ways that you can test for it is, it doesn't really, it violates their trade bargaining agreements or whatever. Anyways, my point being is, you don't think that these people are risking multi-million-dollar contracts and all that, taking that stuff for no reason, do you? Some of the smartest minds on the planet, are involved in sports because there's a lot of money there. So, Hut, I think the train has left the station, but a beautiful setup here. If you happen to be watching it in here, a beautiful setup. Obviously, trains breaking away from the station, increasing volume, boom, 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 boom. That's very nice. Even a volume horseshoe up, if you will. I like that chart. It looks really great, Gary. If you're in it, congratulations, and just manage it well. If not, I'd say, you know, maybe let it consolidate, coil, pull back to the moving average, see if you can't get another setup. But very nice. 5 times its normal volume, and that's even with it still increasing in these days. 18 mil shares trade, yeah, good stuff. I don't blame you. Listen, I think you're going to see the volume drop out on this market, obviously, until the close, when all those sell and close orders and settlements have to go on. Um, Unofficial last day of summer or last days of summer for people, all that stuff like that. So let's see what else. What else is happening here? Look at something else that I'm looking at. What else have I been looking at? iHeartRadio. Elvis Duran on the morning show for anybody that listens to Z100 broadcasted anywhere. I'm just outside of New York City, so I've been listening to them for a very long time. But I've liked iHeart. I've liked iHeart since back. No, not that far back. I'm not that. I'm not that good. But I have liked iHeart since back in November last year. I liked it back in here around the $10 range. I've traded in and out a few times. Never did anything great with it. I got impatient a few times. Did a lot of sideways movements, but again, patience pays off. I mean, that's a beautiful trend. If you took a reasonable share size here at somewhere around that $10, and managing that all the way up, no real big pullbacks. Those aren't even real big pullbacks. Held that 20 moving average most of the way right up until this area here, and even then, still off this $10 range, you're still at 24 bucks. So I've kept it on my radar, keep it on my short list. Let's see what else. More nat gas, but OVV couldn't do it today like it did yesterday, I don't believe. I think it had a gap up and pull away yesterday. Beautiful, wedging pattern here that came off of. So fire away, guys, fire away. Sorry, just getting caught up in some chats that are here. BBIG, that's been a big trader recently, right? What are you doing, BBIG? What have you done? Oh, yeah. Toys, hobby, and goods. So look at that. Came down, touched that 8 EMA, bounced right off of it. Beautiful curling pattern. Really running there. Woo. But not something I'd really trade. You're always welcome, Mike C. Sorry I was not as inspiring as normal. Kind of quiet crowd today and all that. You have a great holiday weekend, though, Mike C. Eat some hot dogs and drink some beers. Yeah, it's an art, those bottom reversals, being able to get those. I wish I could do a little better on those. Beautiful, beautiful move off this cross here. It's crossing on the 15s here now, though. But I'd say, look, ran into resistance. Oops, not a great drawing of that line, but right around there. Not shocked. Again, pivot lines are not exact science, but you can see a lot of people are looking at this level right here, I bet. And as it moves up towards that level, you're going to say, you know what? I had trouble there. Let me shed some shares or drop all the shares I have now. Geez, I don't know what's more boring, you guys or the support right now. Looks like everybody's stay away from hot dogs and beer. Well, fair enough, fair enough. I like a hot dog once in a while. All right, what else? Let's see, let's look at the bottom of this list. This thing I think had a big move yesterday and then crapped out today, right? Yeah, even a big move today. Look at that. Bitcoin mining. What's Barry's commandment? Thou shall not chase, right? Thou shall not chase. I mean, you know, got room to this 580 range still, I would say. It would be nice if it gives a little bit of a. This was, that was an entry right there. An entry shot. Caught the moving average, held it, started to catch the moving average here, boost up, beautiful cross on the 5, hug this moving average here, and moving up again. Again, there's nothing magic about that moving average. I just happen to like it. It just happens to work well for me. Beat to the beat. What say you? Hmm, very interesting. Got a heavy trading range again here in a short period of time. Got these moving averages kind of fighting. The 8 EMA is about to cross the 20 on the daily. Came off a cross from yesterday on the open here and really held it well. Very nice. Could be setting up for something here with this run. That's significant. I would even be better, I would say, if you got some consolidation and created a cup and handle here. And definitely be some interesting move to that 20 range. That's definitely interesting. BTBT, I'd say. 18 mil shares traded, and it's only doing 0.99 on the relative volume, so it's doing kind of its normal volume over the last 10 days. You know, in that range. All right, CVM. Made a big pop off this morning, which was made me having cursing. It had me cursing myself that I sold it yesterday. As since then moved back past where my no, what's that level? Was that past my entry? Yeah, probably just past my entry there. 1180 entry. So again, for some of these things that may go on a few day run here. I don't know. It's got a lot of room off that. I couldn't hold any longer. I wanted to take the money home. But I talked about this one last week, I think, and I traded it back in here, and I think I got some money off one of these this day here. I took it out here. I was in here. I actually top ticked it there, and I was really upset with myself, thinking I made a bad trade. I went on for a couple day run, and I got out, and then look at that. I mean, just climbing, 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 filling that gap. AMKR keeps on keeping on. All time highs. I like all time highs. So we're at the top of the hour. Barry will be coming back momentarily. I surmise as much. I'll begin to say goodbye now. But if you have questions, throw them in there. Please, please. Other than that, I bid everybody a safe and happy Labor Day weekend. If you're going to travel, enjoy it. If you're going to stay home, enjoy it. If it's nice weather, get out, stretch your legs. Before you know it, depending on where you are, we'll have snow. All those good things like that. If you got kids, and enjoy the last of the vacation with them before you ship them off to school, if that's part of the plan, anything like that. Thank you, Kev. You as well. Thank you for coming in, interacting, helping try to keep things moving in here. Appreciate it greatly. If not, we'll take another look. Shippers, something that I've been bullish on. You too, Mike C. I never know when I'm going to get a special guest appearance on any of this stuff. Always a pleasure, Gary. Always a pleasure. Thank you. So yeah, let's see. Sting.
All right, you guys can probably hear me on YouTube. I may be talking over Chris. I'll stop. Let you get out of there, Chris. All right, guys. So yeah, I was just bemoaning the fact I had this short of Sava twice in the pre-market, and it was just a little too choppy, and so I made just minor money, and then look at what it's done. That's what I wanted it to do in the pre-market. Oh well, as they say, c'est la vie. Now this is not an all-time low, but it is below the low now. Is it below the low of the lowest day? Yes. Wow, so this is a break of 50, guys. This is now below the low of the lowest of these days here. Just getting absolutely trashed. So the company tried to come up with a statement refuting the claims that their scientific methods were flawed. That's what happened here. When the bombshell was dropped, kept dropping. No, it was shortable this morning, Becca. Okay, guys, so I'm just actually watching, I mean, this IPOF, again, I have my little bias. I used to love this guy. You know, he used to have tremendous, you know, his IPO A, B, C, and D, and E, and even F. I don't know. I can't remember them anymore. But look, I mean, look what it did at one point. It got up to 18, almost cut in half. His charm is, for charming the market, is certainly over for a while anyway. Patai. Patai is ringing at me. PTY. So Doug, again, I don't know if you're still in the room, but I ran your scan and it was updating real time with no problem. So I don't know what's going on your end, but it was definitely updating. Okay, now are you looking at a topless window or an alert window, Jay? Does it have an A in the upper left-hand corner or a T? Number one. Look in the upper left-hand corner of the scan. Does it have an A or does it have a T? So for instance, this was a real time. Okay, so a topless window, it's a different function, okay? A topless window is like asking the system, okay, show me the stocks that are up the most for today. You don't care if they're making new highs or anything. You just want to say, you know, it ranks the stocks and it gets updated every 30 seconds. That's the function of it. An alert window is where you're creating a situation like my basic new highs and lows. Okay? Before you do anything else, please take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay? Before you do anything else, because it's all explained what a topless window is and what an alert window is. So for instance, I'm getting an alert right here for APOP, real time. You know, at 107, it was 6. I'm getting an alert right here, SLQT. Another one for APOP, okay? These are alert windows. Okay? These are all real time when it's an alert window. A topless window, though, you know, that's not the function of it. A topless window is you can sort on the various columns to get different looks for it. So for instance, let me load a top, see if I can find a decent one. Well, I know what I can do. This is what I use in the pre-market as an example. How do you set a default layout? Give your layout a name, MB. I'm answering somebody in the YouTube room. So when you have a layout, okay, you have a layout. Now, when it comes time to save it, you can save it in two ways. I save it both ways. I file, save layout. I give it a name. No, never mind default layout. Give it a name, MB's layout. Okay, save it. So now it's MB's layout. I also save it into the cloud. File, save or share to cloud. Click on entire, give it a name, MB's layout. Save it. Now, when I exit trade ideas, file, exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to save your layout? And if you say yes, the next time you load trade ideas, it's going to load that layout. You know, the layout that you last used. Okay, does that make sense? No, I'm not. For you, Jay, I'm not answering you. I'm answering somebody else in our YouTube room. They're talking about default layouts and all. But definitely take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay, because it goes over things like you know, here's the education section. Save my link, okay? Here's the education section right here. And the 20 lessons. Take the lessons. So, what is a top list? Build a top list. What is an alert window? Create an alert window. So before you start anything, what I would do, I would encourage you to, do at least the top list and the alert window. So you have a basic understanding of the basic features. But let me just give you an example of the power of a top list. So MB, I'm answering somebody in YouTube. MB, did you get that? All right, I'm going to show you something, and probably good for everybody. Here is a top list window, right? Look at all the columns I've got. This is what I use in the pre-market. It's still running now, but I only use it until 9:30. But notice, typically, this is the exercise that I go through every single day. I've got my pre-market actives up, and I've got my pre-market actives down. Okay, I'm just showing you the actives up. So the first thing that people, not obvious, but most people are interested, okay, show me the ones that are up the most in the pre-market. So, I've sorted on the change from the close percent. And this will get updated. Notice it says 111.37 to 112.06. This will get updated every 30 seconds. So that's the obvious thing to do. You want to see the ones that are up the most in the pre-market, okay? However, what if I sort on the float? I just have to left click rapidly on the column header, and now I'm sorting on the float. So now I can see the stocks that are with the lowest floats right at the top. Because sometimes, if I concentrate just on the ones that are up from the close the most, yeah, there could be one that's only up 6%, but I don't see it right off the top, but it's one of these low floats. So I sort on this column just to check to see, okay, what are the low float situations in the pre-market? I can left click on this job, but notice how the order of the symbols are changing, or is changing. Okay, so now I can sort on the short float percent. Show me the ones that have the biggest. Just give me a moment here. Show me the ones that have the biggest short float percent. It's just stuff like that. This is a very cool one to use in the pre-market. The volume today percent. You're not going to see something at 5,000% in the pre-market, but what will happen is you can see, let's just say you saw 50% in this column in the pre-market. Well, what that would mean is that this stock has traded already in the pre-market 50% of what it normally does all day. Pretty significant. Okay, so that's the power of a top list window. You can sort on the various columns. You get a different look. Obviously the symbols will change, as you sort on the different columns. And then it gets updated every 30 seconds. Okay? Yeah, so MB, if you, a reasonable facsimile of my layout is here. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, and then go to the scan section right here, and then click here, and this is a sample layout. All right, it's not exactly like what you see, but it's very close. And then of course individual scans, all my individual scans. All right, let's see what's happening, guys. Well, this IMPL, oh brother, what a piece of work this was. $45 on the pop. I know somebody asked earlier. Yeah, but the news looked also awesome. Now it's gone negative. Not just negative. I mean, it's 13% down now. Real was talking about Hut. That's been you know what? I mean, even it's been a choppy day for my scanner, my option scanner, but you know, if you look, this is why I do it this way. I have the alert, the time of the alert, and the price, okay? Then I don't update it. This is on what we call don't repeat mode. And I want to see it this way because what I want to be able to do is say, okay, had the alert, there's the price, there's the time. What did it do from there? So for instance, Hut, the alert was just as I was taking my break at 10:39. I mean, on a day like today, I think that's awesome to go from 10:39 almost up to 11 on a day like today that I have found very, very choppy. As an example. And what Real is talking about, there's the 5, that orange line right there is the 5 EMA. Sorry, is the 8 EMA in the 5-minute chart. So it, you know, a couple of times it came down. Right there, it bounced off it. Yeah, let me see, I'm looking at Hut. I mean, obviously I could have had an alert. You said at 9:85, so on that first 15-minute candle when it popped up. And it pulled back down to 970. And of course I could create an alert. I could create a scan that would show this. IMPL, guys, is absolutely imploding. Look at this. I'd like to see what the... Okay, so it gives nod to the nasal spray migraine treatment from Impel, FDA. Okay. And the brokers are trying to pump this thing up. Well, the analyst, Cowan, is maintaining coverage, raising the price target from 35 to, wait for it, $55 for IMPL. Meanwhile, the stock is just imploding. Now, who knows? Maybe they're going to, well, I'm going to say they're going to do a financing, but they sure blew it if they should have done it intraday. If that's what they're trying to, if that's what they wanted to do. That's why I said it, Squeezer. And Wedbush with a target of 31. But I can see how, somebody asked the question a long time ago, why is it going down when the FDA approves, when it approves this intranasal spray to treat acute migraine? Well, I agree. I mean, it's been a tough day. I mean, look, it has been. Yesterday, we had such a beautiful day in a lot of the things that I was following, that were just trending very well. Today, you had to be nimble, and so the buy for me was just, I mean, it tried to get over seven several times. And I think on the third time, just as I was in my break, I think. But it's still, I mean, yes, went from 7 to 770, which again, on a day like today, I think is awesome. Well, there's sell the news, and then there's sell the news. I mean, that's just not. I mean, that's gone negative for the IMPL. There are degrees, I guess, of selling the news. Well, that's what I was thinking also, William. I mean, okay, great. The drug is approved. Can they make money selling it? How much does it cost? I mean, I don't know. I don't know any of these things, of course. Yeah, some of these bios, these little bios, they remind me of the junior miners because, you know, they may come up with something, but you're absolutely right. They don't have the wherewithal, the money, or whatever to take it to market, and so they almost set themselves up like that to be either bought out or have a huge royalty situation or upfront payment from a bigger pharma. Not unlike the junior miners. I mean, these guys who go out and prospect, they don't want to run a company. Their dream is just to find the mother lode one after another. And so they go out there and they find it, hopefully, and then a major gets interested and it takes them over. I mean, anything is possible, Fender, but that's a dramatic sell-off. Now, one way to look at it also, though, is of course, probably there was no justification for it to get up to 45. I don't know how long it stayed up there. I really don't know. Probably not long, but I mean, this is a major sell-off. I mean, this is almost acting like the FDA didn't approve their drug. IPHA. Now, I know they had an upgrade this morning. Yeah, not bad. I mean, but again, guys, look how choppy it is. And again, I define choppy like this. If I look at a 15-minute chart and I see a topping tails, bottoming tails, topping tails, bottoming tails, on and on and on, that is really, really choppy. Now, IPHA is moving higher. But it takes a lot of resolve to be able to stay in a trade like this, unless you don't take, very many shares, because, you look at something up at 548 and then, dropping down to 484. I mean, it's pretty tough. I know it's holding the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart, but if that was going to be your get out, then you have not been able to take very many shares. If that was your stop area. Yeah, don't chat on this. Yes. Yeah, again, this should just be for a specific stock. Like, what do you guys think about this one? Or, guys, take a look at this, okay? Specific stock. Okay. Again, Poe, I'm going to have to, I just have to delete that. Or news, yeah, news about a specific stock, yes. Somebody asked about CEI. I haven't seen, CEI was super active a while back. Okay, so again, Shu, just try to, I'm going to start deleting comments. Don't take offense, okay? Oh, okay, CEI, yeah. I don't really look at anything under $1. So I can't, I know it's having a nice day. It's up 10% or 10 cents, 14%, lots of volume. It's a huge float for a stock under $1. Sorry, I just don't follow anything under $1. I mean, the volume's picking up. It looks great, volume wise, but yes, it did, Doug. Too bad I showed you, well, you weren't around, but yeah, mine, it updated, yes. Now, I think I deleted it. Did I delete it? No, I didn't delete it. Here we are. Here it is. Updating. Look, IMPL making a new low. 126. PFL, a low, 126. So, but you can see, since you gave it to me, this is what's happened. So, do you have a green ball in your scanner, in the option toolbar? That's what I want to say. I need the break, guys. In the toolbar, do you have a green ball to make sure you're connected? So you're not getting this. When you look at yours, you're not getting this. Let me just clear it. Let me just clear it. Well, that's pretty bizarre. I mean, I just cleared it, so nothing's here. I'm going to wait for the next one. What's the last one you have? Or you say you have to close it out and then load it again? Did you miss anything? Yeah, so here's IMPL. Tell you what, why don't I give you this one? Okay, I know it doesn't make sense, but maybe there's a corruption. But this is yours. But let me just give it to you, and you take this one. But you can see how it's, I mean, you can see right on the screen how it's up. It's showing me a real-time alert. Scrolling. Wow. I mean, this is something else. Well, you got to hand it to Cowan. They're fighting the strong fight. They put it out again about their price target of 55. 55 for this one, this IMPL. Guys, Catapult is catapulting again off 7. This is almost a short. Well, after Sava, this is almost the short of the century for IMPL. From if you got in at 45 early this morning. Well, good luck on the APOP. I am very disappointed in APOP, but no harm, you know. But disappointed in that it kept. Okay, let me just do this. Yeah, sometimes, guys, if you're not getting data, just do a reset of your account. Okay, that usually will. Very disappointed right here. I thought, you know what? It was trying to get through 8 several times. I thought if it could get through 8, and I have an alert set probably about 797 or so, 794, just didn't do it. So again, I didn't try to anticipate that it would. I waited for the alert. It did not happen. Consequently, didn't get hurt on it. Yeah, Aja, but how easy would it have been to get out at 40? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how long it was up there at 45. But that's a disaster. So, Doug, did you load the reload? I mean, I sent it back to you, yours. It makes no sense why you wouldn't be getting these over and over. If you've got a green ball, it means you're. How about any other scan? Are you still? Are you getting alerts from another scan? Okay, something's going on then with your account. If you're not getting any alerts from, and you do have a red ball, what? Maybe you better, I don't know, if you want to reload Trade Ideas. I don't mean uninstall it. Just exit and reload it, like the whole program. Something's obviously gone haywire. Because it sounds like you're not getting any data at all. It's not just that one. How long have you had Trade Ideas? Okay, so is it possible? Are you on a month to month or are you on an annual? I'm just wondering. But you say you've got a green ball. Like sometimes, a credit card expires but you're on an annual, so I don't know what to say. But anyway, try to reload and see what happens, okay? So just exit trade ideas and then reload it and tell me what happens. Otherwise, I'll have to send you to tech support and they can check your account. It's got to be something to do with your account. And unfortunately, I can't look at your account. I don't have access to it. That's a pretty mild bounce, Oppo. Well, I think April, the biggest attraction, of course, of doing options is, not tying up as much money. I think it's probably, and leverage. That's probably the biggest attraction. I've never traded up, well, never. I've traded a couple of options in my lifetime, I suppose, but I'm not an option trader. But that I think is typically why people get a little excited about trading options is the leverage and not tying up as much money. But I have never, when I tried, I never really got comfortable doing it. IPHA, yeah. So that actually had an upgrade this morning. I was surprised to see. I can't remember who it was who upgraded it, but IPHA did have an upgrade. Well, that's at SVB Leerink. Upgraded the stock from market perform to outperform. This is this right here. Man, Sava. Oh. Now you see there are some shares. Now let's watch this, guys. See, now there's some covering. There's the Sava. You can't see the symbol up here, but trust me, this is Sava. You see how this is a great little feature in Interactive Brokers. It tells you, and this is all real time. So it's telling me how many shares are available to short, and you can see this will change as people start covering or taking these shorts. So that's what can happen. I mean, let's just say somebody just snapped up 5,000 shares right now, short. So that would go to zero. It would say no shares available to short right now. But then it could pop back. If somebody starts covering, then you'll see them again. See how this is changing? People snapping up the shorts. Again, this is interactive brokers, guys. This has nothing to do with trade ideas. Trade ideas cannot. We get the question quite a bit, you know. Why doesn't Trade Ideas have a filter that lets me know if shorts are available? Well, the problem with that, of course, is that everybody's broker can be different. You know, I might say, well, Interactive Brokers has shorts. Your broker may not. The next time we look at another stock, I may not have shorts. Your broker may have shorts. Also, as I was just pointing out, the availability of shorts can change during the day. You know, as these get snapped up. You know, I mean, for the longest time, there were no shorts available. Yeah, it's just not going to happen, though, IJ. We're just not going to be looking at brokers' accounts to figure out whether or not shorts are available right at that second. It'd be probably way too complicated. Is there a major difference? Probably a major difference. I'm not too familiar with what's on eSignal. Okay. But I don't think our data provider has. I don't think our data provider has any access to all the brokers to let you know whether or not there are shorts available. Our data provider just provides that sort of the real time data and all that stuff. I don't think it to ask our data provider to say, okay, we also want you to check are there shorts available at Schwab, at TradeStation, at IB, at E-Trade, at Webbush, it's just not going to happen. Yeah, so I think there's probably. I mean, I don't think you get Brokerage Plus, so you can't use our simulator to trade. I don't know what the big differences are. I've never really seen. It's probably a very standard package with eSignal. So candlestick patterns, if we right click, configure, and click on search, okay? Now we have a category up here, all alerts and filters, okay? That's the default. And candle pattern. So these are the candle patterns that you can search for, okay? And if you don't see it here, we don't have it. Okay, but these are the candle patterns. You might also want to look at geometric. Sometimes they're geometric. So you can look at the candle patterns and also geometric and see if anything is there that you like. If it's not there, we don't have it. If it's on or off, it's probably on your system, Claudia, because otherwise I'd get all sorts of people telling me that my sound is cutting in and out. So it must be something on your computer. That's usually my clue, unless everybody is saying, hey, you're cutting in and out. It'll have to be on your end. In which case you might, I don't know, maybe want to reload. Okay, so MDB, was that not you who asked that question in YouTube? I thought I answered that. You don't have to delete the previous layout. Now, if you're talking about in the cloud, yeah, I think maybe now I'm understanding, okay? When you save to the cloud your layout, but you don't have to do it every single day, but I mean, if you make a change and you want to save it to the cloud, you give it a name, okay? If you want the same name, what'll happen is it'll be time-stamped. So when you, for instance, now when I load from the cloud and I check, say, my layouts, these are all time-stamped. So even though I may have the same layout name, but I can see the latest one. Sometimes that may be what you want. You know, you change the layout, you change. No, I don't really like it, and you like to go back to your other layout, and it's still there because it's time-stamped. Does that make sense? I mean, I got frustrated doing that. Before I don't save my layouts to the cloud as often as I do. Boy, IPHA rippage, guys. This is the old severe rippage. Blasting through 6, as Zach was talking about. This is here. And you know what? It's not a big float. I mean, it's not a small float, 51 million in the float. So this is not a low float. A company from France. And I'll bet it just got halted. Yeah, it just got halted. Okay, so first of all, Ernesto, I wouldn't do a scan on volume liters, okay? I mean, what does that really mean? What I would want to have is a scan on abnormal. I mean, you can look at Apple. I mean, I'm sure that Apple and Microsoft and all those, they probably trade millions of shares in the pre-market, but who cares? When I say it like that, it means it's not abnormal. So to me, a scan for volume liters is, in my opinion, irrelevant. Now, if you want, one of the scans I'm sharing, if you go to my home page, okay, go to my home page, click on that link, and go to the scan section, click here. So pre-market actives up. Okay, so I'm going to click on it. I'm going to load it. I'm going to show you what it looks like. This is what I use in the pre-market. So I mean, I can sort. I have a volume column. I could sort on the volume, but I mean, in the pre-market, to me, it doesn't make that much difference. To me, I'm much more interested in change from the close. Make sure there's some volume associated with it. But just to have pure volume liters, I don't know if that is really, that interesting, to be honest. Now, if you want this just to run, I mean, I use this until 9:30, then I stop looking at it. That's all. But if you wanted it to stop literally at 9:30, then if you click on configure and do a search and type in time, not time then, what is it? Okay, just a minute. Just got to find it. Give me a moment. That can't be just unless that's a filter that's not available for a topless window. It's impossible. No, that's interesting. We have a time of day, but I'm surprised that it doesn't work in the for a topless window. Well, at any rate, this is what I do. I mean, I just stop watching it at 9:30. That's all. I don't know why that time of day filter is not available for a topless window. Well, but it isn't. Maybe it's because it gets updated every 30 seconds and it's hard to just say at 9:30. At any rate, this is what I use, okay, and then I stop watching it. No, that scan, you can't use a relative volume filter in the pre-market. If you have a relative volume filter in the pre-market, you'll get no data. Okay. What I would do though is, shoot, I think I got rid of it. Did I get rid of it? Just a minute. Maybe I'll bring it back. This is what I would do. I was explaining this before. Okay, so this is what I use in the pre-market. So what I would do is I would have this volume to day percent column. Okay. Now I know I have the relative volume here. It's showing me, but it's not a filter. It's just a column, if that makes sense. So this is what I mean. This is what I'm using. You know, the price is at least 50 cents, at least 10,000 shares, up 3% from the previous close. I don't know why I have the RSI here between 1 and 100. That makes no sense. But anyway, but as a column, I've got all these other columns. So this one right here, I think you probably maybe you weren't around, but the volume to day percent used in the pre-market is pretty powerful because again, if you saw 50%, that would mean that a stock is traded 50% of what it would normally do all day, and it's done that in the pre-market. That's pretty significant, okay? As opposed to just showing stocks that have got the most volume. What does that really mean? It doesn't necessarily mean they're trading abnormally. It just means they trade a lot of volume in the pre-market. But you could sort on this column, you know, in the pre-market, and you could just see the ones that are really, you know, trading abnormally in the pre-market. You know, by sorting, you just double left click on the header quickly, and then, you know, nothing will be trading like 5,400% in the pre-market. But no, Nelson, you can't do that. That's alerts are or and filters are and. So If you have multiple alerts, then it's an or. So if you have like, show me, a new high, new 5-minute high, new 30-minute high, you can't combine them all. Because if you get a new 30-minute high, you get an alert. If you get a new high, you get an alert. New 5-minute high, you get an alert. But it's not a combination. That's what filters are. That's, the filters are the ands. Show me stocks between 1 and 20 and the relative volume is 8 and the current volume is 400,000 and it's up or down 5%. Okay? All these have to be satisfied. So if I had different alerts in here, not just new high, if I had a new 5-minute high, if it made a new 5-minute high, it would show me, or a new high, it would show me. These are not ands, these are all ors. Make sense? Yeah, this one, just give me a moment here. So this is going to be well, if it's a 10-minute halt, normally these halts are 5 minutes, but it looks like this will be at least 10 minutes. If that's the case, it's going to open in 10 seconds. 2, 1, open. There we go. So it just opened. Wow, and did it ever open? Holy smokes. What a great, as you say, Zach, the sevens. And it looks like it's going to get halted again. Well, it hasn't been halted. Well, I know who's happy. SVB Leerink is happy because they put a buy recommendation on it this morning. And if you're wondering, here are my upgrades. Look at that, IPHA. Very few upgrades this morning. IPHA was one of them. Now, the other thing is IPHA, we're getting close to an all-time high. So they're obviously, here are the all-time highs. It just touched it. Yeah, so I mean, at that point, at the high of the day, this was an all-time high. So going forward, this could be really interesting still going forward. Look at the day though. I mean, hard to believe that just on that. I mean, this is what did I say, a Bermuda stock? I'm sorry, French stock. So you don't usually get moves like this because I'm sure it must trade on a foreign exchange on the bourse in. Now it just got halted. Well, it's just math, Ivan. Ivan. It's just math. Typically, anyway, it's just math. I took a look at IC just to see what it was doing in the pre-market, and ugly. This has to be, I don't know. I mean, I think you might be still, I don't know if Zach can hear me. I think you got in around 7, but this has got to be the most difficult one I've seen in a long, long, long time. Long time. You know, right here it was an all-time high, but it kept struggling to get through 10. Finally, you know, it looked like this was the week. It was going to stay over 10. And look at this. Yeah, no shorts available now for Sava. Remember there were about 5,000. I wonder if I went short. By the way, guys, if you're just signed up and all, if you're not using our price alerts, please do. I think they're a wonderful way rather than having to stare, you know, at a chart or at a stock. Just load it, click on new, and then price alerts window. This is the window that you'll see. So you hear me say many, many, many times. So for instance, earlier today we were looking at IPOP, right? APOP, not IPOP. K-pop. Anyway, so we were looking at it right here, okay? So I set an alert right there. Didn't trigger, but I didn't have to keep looking. I mean, I happened to have, because this was a, you know, pretty wild stock, so I did have it up. But all I had to do was set the price alert, forget about it, okay? And then if the alert happened, that price alert screen, because I have it minimized, would pop up on my screen, on my monitor. It would, I would have an audible alert on it at the same time. Why? Because sometimes I do wander away from my computer. So if I can set an audible alert on the action, same way. I sort it on the triggered time. So I'm going to see it right at the top. I sort it on the trigger time column. But also, I mean, so I don't have to stare at it anymore. If I get the alert, and as you've heard me say a million times, if we got the alert and the next thing I'm looking for, it's not just because I want to take it right there. Did it happen on volume? So all I have to do is I click on the alert, the chart will load, and I'll see the alert, and I'll see if there was volume associated with it. So, you know, it really saves a lot of time. And so you're not just sort of stuck staring at a chart. And as Poe says, yes, they're so simple to set. I mean, we didn't invent, nobody, you know, we obviously did not invent price alerts, but how simple is this? You know, let's say I wanted to set a price alert right for the high there of HUT, okay? So, you know, I can position my cursor right there, create the price alert, save, that's it, it's done. Okay, if I can put a note in if I want, but I certainly don't have to. I could change the price, of course, if I said, well, I want it at 11. Of course, I can just type it in 11 and save it. So you see what happens is now on my price alert, see it's right at the bottom here. So if HUT hits 11, this window that I minimized is going to pop up on my screen. I'm using it all day, Ernesto. I just don't display it, if that's what you mean. So right there, look at the Sava. You can reset it. Yeah, I can reset. What I would do is I could edit, or now I can put in another one, 45. If I wanted to, if what had happened is, say you got the price alert and then it popped up above the price, I would just have to save it. I wouldn't have to go through anything. That makes sense? Because that price is there. So let's just say, so I've got a price alert. So the price is right now 47.21, right? So let's say I set a price alert at 47 and I get the alert, but then it pops right back up over 47. Then all I have to do is just click on the edit and then save it again because the price is there. Well, I never had it on my screen, Ernesto. This is all, I've never actually shared it on the screen. It's in my, you can have it. It's in my the scans that I'm sharing, but it's always been on another monitor. Every now and then you'll see, I'll drift it in here. But oh no, it's my favorite scan. It's my favorite scan of all time. In 11 years with Trade Ideas, it's my favorite scan. Did APOP get halted? I didn't see a halt for that one, Ija. APOP? I didn't see a halt for APOP. Yeah, moving higher with unusually strong options volume. That's the one. Oh, IFA. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking. I saw APOP reversal looking like it's about to happen, and it's halted. So you have to. That's so. I was just reading it in order. Oh, I have no idea, Ernesto. No idea about is it traded by computers or? I tend not to overanalyze things. Try to figure out, well, why is something happening? I mean, obviously, we like to see if there's some news. I don't mean necessarily specifically. I mean, if you can see some news on a stock, then you have an idea, okay, that's why it's running or that's why it's moving down. Otherwise, I don't try to figure out, well, this is being done by computers or humans or what's happening. What one really reversed was YEXT. I know that this was sort of on a bit of a short watch. Released earnings this morning was not good. Actually, released after hours. You can see the move area right there. That's after hours yesterday. And so there was a reaction. Market, was holding those lows and started to move down, but all of a sudden it just reversed. Yeah, it's one reason why I just don't have like a million indicators on my charts. And even though I do have other indicators, I pay attention to them sort of, but I'm just more about volume and price action. Well, it's funny, this would have shown up on my option scanner also if I didn't take out the fact that the stock had to be up for the day. I mean, it made the it met the filter requirements, 2,000 contracts minimum, up at least 300%. But are you kidding me? You're looking at a stock that's under $1, Zach. Zach can't hear me. Yeah, it is. Somebody asked about that earlier. It's actually coming into the 200-day moving average, actually. Okay, so when you have to left click on the chart, okay? Left click the chart so Trade Ideas knows where you are, what chart you're in. You don't have to enable anything, no. Left click and then just start typing. When you start typing, the change symbol box should show up. Now, you're not going to get this. This is I'm in a development version. It's looking, we had some bugs in it, but I think it's a lot better now. But never mind that. So if you left click and when you start typing, you should see a change symbol box. And you can hit enter or click change and the chart should change. Now, if you left click and start typing and you're not getting this change symbol box, then hit the space bar on your keyboard. For some reason, for some systems, that's what you have to do. It's got nothing to do with the docking though. So again, just left click and then just start typing. And you're getting adventuresome by building a docked window. And on the charts are only two options. Right click. Now there are only two options. Right click and properties, symbol linking. It's either checked or it's not checked. Okay, and this is starting to move down now, guys. It's FBRX. I tried to short this in the pre-market and right about 515 or so. Not the time, but the price. Got stopped out for about a 15-cent loss. And it got all the way up to 6. You can't see it here. But yeah, I got up to 6 before it fell. I was thinking about reshorting it, but I was in the APOP at the same time and I had to pay way more attention to the APOP. Well, before you do that, Ernesto, try this, but let me make sure. Click on new and then chart window, okay? So we have a chart up on its own, never mind in a dock. So do you get a chart when you click on, oh, okay. Oh, it's working now? Okay, well, hey. So speaking about, what I was going to say about the charts. In an upcoming build, this question has been asked before, and I've always had to say no. But now you will be able to group charts together. Like most charting programs, most charting programs have some kind of like a color that you select. So if you wanted charts to be grouped together, you would select the same color for those charts, something to that effect. I haven't seen a big use for something like that, but I mean, people have asked that in the past, so I guess it's in an upcoming build. I should have mentioned this OLB, guys. OLB. Started to pop off that 5 level. I have a thumbnail, that's why I was noticing it. Okay, number 4, that's funny. Well, okay, well, price targets. I mean, you can you can create a price alert, and that could be your target, and you could bracket it. Number 1, I don't know how easy that is, but so right on the chart, so you can put a price alert, and I could put target, target in the note, so that's done. And then I could also do this if I were in this trade, create price alert. Now it's underneath, stop. Okay, so now it's on the chart as an example. Faster chart refresh, believe it or not, is kind of coming. And as far as Forex futures options, doubt it. Okay, well, I can answer the second one. I mean, when it says product not good to short, it means that your broker doesn't have shorts available. I'm assuming. So, I mean, if it says product not good to short, it just probably means that. Give me an example. For instance, if you were trying to short OLB right now at Interactive Brokers, it would say not available or something like that. It would just reject the order. Okay, does that make sense, Michael? I'm not sure where we are on the. Okay, yeah, I mean, but it seems product not good to short. That seems like a crazy way to express it. But when you were trying to short that, could you see? You could probably see that it was not shortable, right? You know how to check to see if a stock is shortable at IB, right? Get that from your broker, Ernesto. Yes. I don't use level 2, but yeah, I mean, we get the question a lot. Yeah, you have to go to your broker. The reason being is that every broker is different. Okay, so Trade Ideas, doesn't know who your broker is and shouldn't care, right? And every broker is different. Plus, within the day, Sava is a good example. Let's take a look at Sava right now. Okay, so right now, this is Sava, but earlier there were shorts available, but obviously they've been all snapped up. And as people cover, you're going to see them available again. If you have Interactive Brokers, I think this is a handy little box to have. It's a real-time box. It tells you exactly how many shares are available. I knew you were going to ask that, Michael. I knew you were going to ask that. Ha! William, you'll never get me to cancel that holiday. Well, that's in Interactive Brokers, yes. I mean, I have no idea with other brokerage platforms. Though I'm told that E-Trade doesn't have something similar, which I find really strange. No, I said E-Trade doesn't, well, I've been told does not have a box like this. How do you bring it up in Interactive Brokers? One day I'm going to write it down. I wonder if Kev knows. You have IB, right? Search. There we go. Thank you, Pepe. I'm gonna write that down somewhere. I always say that. It's search for SLB rates. So in the search box, file search and search SLB. Oh, you have E-Trade. Okay. Yeah, just search SLB rates, and then this box will pop up, and then you can, it floats around. You can put it anywhere you want. This is really, it's also telling you, if a stock was hard to borrow, how much the fee rate would be, etc. But, it's irrelevant if you can borrow it immediately. File, search. File, if you click on file, the very first thing you should see right at the top is search. Yeah, E-Trade does not have it, yeah. AIPHA. Wow, I just got all that again on the way up. Good for you. Somebody took it. Somebody took it. I mean, guys, I would watch this one. I mean, it is Friday afternoon, and it is, a long weekend coming up. But I mean, if this closes well, I mean, it's an all-time high right now. This is the IPHA. I wish it weren't Friday afternoon. This is classically a stock that I'd be watching after hours to see if it still has, enthusiasm. Especially if it closes near the highs of the day. Well, no, right now it's over. And it's way over on the 60. Way over on the 60. But I mean there it is right here. That brown line, I mean that looks like it's around 807. It may not matter. I mean this has got such shit. I mean it's just people piling into this. Traded half the float. But I'd be watching this one after hours. I mean, you never know. That's what I do. I usually watch the very strong, especially the cheaper ones, you know, the strong, cheaper stocks that finished well. And then you watch them in the first 5 minutes after hours. And if they start to move, you know, again, this is not investment advice or anything like that, but that, you know, people ask me what I've started trading in the after hours post market. I've done more post market trades in this year, or probably in the last 3 months, than I've done in my entire life. And of course, this is halted. Too bad it doesn't trade options, because it would have been on my option scanner for sure. Yeah, I mean, you know, we had the alert early for VIH. It is a SPAC. You know, and it was at what 11:36. That happened literally at 9:32. You know, 2 minutes into the market, we had the alert, but it you know popped up and came right back down. I suppose if it pops up to that alert area again and it starts to run, you never know. Well, I'm very, very particular, Ivan, about what I'm looking at after hours. First of all, it has to have a lot of volume. Okay, like a lot of volume. So that's number one. The spread has to be, you know, reasonable, like within probably a nickel. Because a lot of times you'll see some of these post-market poppers, and what you'll see a little speck up here, you know, like a little bit of volume. It's popped, and you see, yeah, it looks like it's up huge, but it's like on 10 shares. So typically, you know, if this IFA, I mean, I'll guarantee if it is active in the after hours, you know, it'll be trading volume. I mean, it's traded 22 million shares. It will be trading volume if it's active. I mean, you know, you start to see it. And there it is, guys. 864 just came out of the halt. So look at APOP yesterday. You know, it's the only one I did. You know, it's hard to see it here, but there was a lot of volume here. You know, and look how it traded. It was almost, but you had a long time for the post market to get in at 6:30. It sort of sat there for a bit, and then it just ran up to $8. Well, and APOP did, and you know what? You're right though, because APOP did have a news catalyst after hours. A lot of times you'll see, and it's an earnings play after hours. I typically am not. I mean, this just happened to be a news pop, okay, for APOP, because I mean, it didn't do anything during the market yesterday. All this happened after hours. But for instance, an APHA, there's no real news. I mean, I guess there's an upgrade, IPHA, sorry. So I'm not going to call this a news pop if it keeps going. But all you have to do is just make sure there's volume. So for instance, now these are the two that I use. The new post-market high, and you know these are available in our scanner after hours, but I modified it, you know, to, I think in the scanner it said something like 2,000 shares, so it's got to be like 50,000 shares and moving. And it's got to be up at least 3% after hours. Okay, so there's that. I use this one, and I wonder if I have this one still. Oops. Here we go. Yeah, most up and down. Again, these two are available in our after-hours scanner, but I've modified it. Same thing, 50,000 shares. Okay. Well, you just have to click on File. Sorry, click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar. Pickles, okay, Dock Channel Bar. And here are the channels, one of them being the sector status channel. If you're not using the dock channel bar, guys, I think or the dock version of Trade Ideas. I mean, you don't have to. If you're not somebody who wants to take a look at the channels during the day, you don't care about that, then it's not, and you don't care about being able to do neat things like this, a container full of charts or a container, with different types of scans in them. If you don't care about that, then, I guess there's no real necessity to use the dock channel. But I mean, otherwise, I would, make sure you're on the latest beta from our website, which is 5.5 something. But this is how you do it, because now when you click on a channel in the channel bar, your layout doesn't disappear. See how my layout's still here? If you're using the version like 4 point whatever, then you click on a channel and your layout's going to disappear. Calvin, an external link to E-Trade. Is there let me see, is there a rule for E-Trade? Okay, so there's no rule for E-Trade. Okay. Going to be hard for me to help you. Anybody with E-Trade in the room, yeah, I was just going to say, anybody with E-Trade in the room that can establish a link, just a simple link, so when you click on an alert, it loads into your E-Trade platform. Okay, Kevin. Or Kev, yeah. Well, you know what I mean, like the external linking, not with B plus. Are you talking? Well, I should ask the question, I guess. Are you talking about within B plus or just in general? You're talking about the external linking tool, right, Calvin? Okay. So no, so not talking about B plus. We're just talking about establishing a link, not using B plus, just using the tool's external linking. Add the link, and then hovering over. I would have thought you just put it in your order entry, but but it doesn't seem to be working for you. But I just want to see if somebody else is. So establishing a link not from within B plus, just the normal external linking. Okay. Okay. So Spanky, do you mind? Are you are you using? I gotta find. Where did you post that? Do you mind helping somebody in the tech support tab? Somebody's trying to do it. I just don't have E-Trade, so I can't help. So this is what I'm talking about. Somebody is trying to do it, and it's just not working. No, we Webbull doesn't work. Yes. Okay, thank you, Spanky. You know, if you're not too busy. I know. Funny nickname, yes. Have you gone to our homepage and asked the question? Because Bill is there and he's usually very good at linking. And William got it to work too. So William is another one with E-Trade and he got it to work. I wonder if it depends on the version of E-Trade you got. I really don't know. So hopefully either William or Calvin can help you. Ija has got it. It works. Typically you do. I don't do that with Interactor Brokers, though. It's funny. I've never had to run an administrator with Interactor Brokers, but so run as administrator for both programs for both Trade Ideas and eSignal, E-Trade. Sorry, that's the one thing William is saying. He's in admin for both. Okay. All right, you guys are on your own. Okay. Hopefully somebody can help you, Calvin. Meanwhile, IMPL is still getting pummeled. Ah, down $5 now after being up. Wonder how many dollars? 23. Probably was up about $22 at one point in the pre-market. Now it's down $5, so it's about a $27 swing. All right, guys. So listen, now we're getting set for a nice long weekend, 3 days off from trading. So before I do shut the room down around 3 o'clock, I just want to put this in here again. The promo code. Oops. Okay, here's the correct. So you click on my link, my homepage link. Your favorite crypto? Don't tell me ODP is a crypto. Boy, IMPL. I just I have that scan on text to voice, and it's just over and over and over. Ooh, really late, guys. A really late alert from the option scan. RKLB. No, I remember this one. All time. It's not an all-time high. Looks like it is, but for whatever reason, I don't know if this was an IPO back here or not. So again, guys, save my link. This. No, guys, VIH is right back at the alert price now. A little late, but it's right back up at that alert price. Okay, so again, if you click on my homepage link, save the link, lots of information, including a course how to take out a subscription right there using that promo code. Free sections, trade of the week, stock of the day, and all the education, all free. And here are my scans, okay? Which obviously you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas to have access to my scans and a sample layout. So you save the link, you can take a look at all this whenever you want. Cardonia, ADA, what is that? Is that ADA dot X? I don't, is that even going to show up? Or is it ADX, ADAX? No, I don't. How do I bring that symbol up, Ija? Oh, I see, I see, I see, I see, I see. No, I've never bought a crypto. Well, I don't understand this though. I don't know if this was an IPO. The reason I'm in doubt here is because we have a lifetime range at 75%. Obviously, looking at the chart, this looks like an all-time high here. Let me just do a quick check to see if this would have been last few days ago. I want to see if that was an IPO or was it a symbol name change. You know, sometimes a company will change the name of their or their symbol, and then it looks like an IPO, but it isn't. All right, so Rocket Lab stock slips in NASDAQ debut. So maybe it just got listed on NASDAQ. Is this another one of those uplistings? Was it a pink sheet before? I can't tell. I mean, I just can't tell. I'm trying to, talking out loud, maybe somebody knows. It's definitely not an IPO. Let me just, well, I don't really close the room early. I don't consider it early. I mean, you know, I mean, you're right. I guess in theory, I do close the room early. I sometimes will trade myself. So, yeah, I can completely concentrate on trading. Here we go. Rocket Lab becomes, let me just see what it says. Okay, so this was a SPAC. Okay, now I get it. So this was a SPAC, okay, and it became Rocket Lab. Okay, now I understand. So very selfishly, I suppose, you know, by closing the room, it means I can completely 100% concentrate on trading. But I'm not done because once the market's closed, then I've got to do my scanning, you know, for the watch list for the next day. And then I also may do some post-market trading. So the fact that I shut the room down doesn't necessarily mean that I am done. Thank you, Becca. Now, Shoes, I don't recall allowing you to use that term. That is patented. Don't normally get from the option scanner late breaking trades, but yeah, look at the HIPPO, HIPO. The alert happened at 5. Pops up to 551. Wow. Don't typically get these late breaking ones, but that's ugly, guys. I mean, VIH, that's ugly. Well, I suppose you could combine it. You could have the column, the put call ratio as a column, so you could see what the ratio is. And obviously, if it's really, 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 really small, you know that it's a put call ratio. If it's a big number, then you know more puts than calls. Very, very small number, more calls than puts. Or you have to create two. The other thing you could try, I don't use it this way, but let's see. You could probably do something like this though also. Okay, here's the put call ratio. So you add the filter. So you could have a min and a max. Okay, so you could see them both in the same one using the min and the max. So if you wanted the max, if you wanted that would show you the put call ratio. If you wanted to have way more calls than puts, you would put I don't know, you have to experiment, but like 0.1 as the max. And then in this one, if you want to see more puts than calls, again, you have to experiment. 2, 3, whatever. You can try that. I've never tried that. Yeah, well, I sleep in a little bit, but no, luckily I don't get up at 4. Again, look at this, the big gap up, and then the pop right back down to the price. How did this RKLB do? $13.81 was the alert. What is it now, Ija? Why do I think it's a nickname? You're right. Maybe that was your God-given name? And this one is running at the end of the day. SPIR. Spire Globe. What do you do? One of these low Earth satellite LEOs. So a little bit like GSAT. Well, you said ADAX. You bought it a month ago at 107. What is it now? ADA.X. What is it now? Just one moment, please. Boy, this spear is just red wire takes off as company becomes the latest space SPAC. Thank you, William. Thanks a lot. And Spanky. Spanky and William, thanks for helping out Calvin. Boy, IMPL continues down. Huh. It's going to be interesting to see, read something about this one. Been a while since I've seen something like this.
Yes, no, I just had a message that they called me that the frames that I ordered are ready, and I like to schedule an appointment to be there to frame it in the store. Tomorrow.
I can't handle losses. That's funny.
In the afternoon. It's fine. It's fine. Cecilia, and my last name is A.
You're dead serious, okay.
N-A-R-S-O-N.
Even a manageable little loss? Or there's no such thing. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Again, Rocket Lab, RKL. Wow, it's RKLB. A little late for me to be trading, but you know, I'm really just kind of wrapping it up. What's the spread like? Actually, the spread's not terrible. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back just in time to shut down, okay? All right, any other questions before I shut it down? All right, I don't see any questions. Okay, guys, well, have a great long weekend. Take some time off. I know it's tough, William. So let me get my script together. Oops. Give me a moment. Okay, I think I've got it done now. Okay, everybody, thanks a lot for all the help this week, and have a great long weekend. I'll open the room Tuesday at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. All right, everybody. Okay, thanks a lot. We'll see you Tuesday at 9 o'clock. Bye-bye.